Oh, yeah, it's not like that, yeah. I mean, they're not going to, but yeah.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Huh? Oh, okay.
So after you just yeah, so you're it's a big.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Good afternoon. We will get started here. Are there any administrative matters before we begin? Sir? No, okay. Sorry, I couldn't tell. Okay, thank you. All right, so Attorney Thompson, if you want to introduce your witness and then I will swear her in.
Thank you, Chairman. First up is Patricia Crafton.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Crafton. If you could raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. And if you would just make sure the green light is on the microphone everywhere. And then Attorney Thompson, if you want to begin by having your witness adopt any pre-filed materials.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Crafton, could you state your name and position for the record?
Yes, Patricia D. Crafton, Kravtin, and I'm principal and owner of Patricia D. Crafton Economic Consulting.
And is it correct that you submitted in this docket pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits marked PDK exhibits 1 through 3 in support of New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association on December 13th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
And that you submitted pre-filed surrebuttal testimony and exhibits marked Crafton surrebuttal exhibits 1 and 2 on January 17th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any updates or changes to your pre-filed direct or surrebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have two clarifications or updates at this time. The first clarification pertains to my surrebuttal testimony at page 6, where I identified a computation error in UI's calculation of the appurtenance factor, and that is the percentage of non-poll versus poll investment needed to calculate the poll rate. Information that was provided by UI in a supplemental response to Necta 4, attachment 2, based on 2021 work orders. I would like to clarify my testimony on page 6, especially at lines 27 to 29, that in performing the corrected calculation, using UI's data for bare poll and other poll, which is how UI refers to appurtenance or non-poll investment, that in calculating the corrected calculation of 25.1%, that my calculation would also incorporate whatever weighting of the work order data investments that UI has referred to in the development of this data. This is made clear in the spreadsheet presented in Exhibit 1 of my supplemental testimony, because my corrected calculation uses the same weighted bare poll and non-poll investments shown in columns L and M of the spreadsheet, and not the unweighted values that come from the raw data in columns D and E. And to further clarify, the difference between my calculated appurtenance rate of 25.11% and UI's 20.16% using the same investment data is that my calculation correctly takes the bare poll and other poll investment dollars and calculates the percentage of other poll investment out of total investment. This is done in a manner consistent with the FCC formula, which is based on total investment dollars, not work orders. By contrast, what UI did, it went through an additional unnecessary step of calculating the appurtenance percentage for each individual work order. It did so in a column N, and then it took the simple average of the percentages for each work order. Again, versus what I did, which was to take the percentage of total investment dollars in each bucket, poll or non-poll, and develop the ratio based on the investment dollars directly. As I explained in my testimony, by calculating the average of each work order's percentage, non-poll, UI is inappropriately giving work orders with small investment dollars a bigger weight than a project with larger investment dollars, and it introduces a bias into the data, totally inconsistent with the FCC rules, which again are based on total investment, not percentage of work orders. So again, to reiterate, no further manipulation of the current year sample investment data is warranted for the reasons I explained. It only introduces a statistical bias and inconsistency with the FCC method. I have one other clarification, and that pertains to my direct testimony at pages 32 through 33, and again, a reference in my rebuttal at footnote 1. In both those places, I identify key potential problems which with the maintenance expense factor of the poll formula. As noted in my testimonies, I was unable to calculate the appropriate correction to the poll rental rate, as I did with other corrections, because Necta was still awaiting additional clarifying information from UI to better clarify the various problems I had identified. In particular, I noted that by my calculations, a correct matching of storm-related expenses for which there was a deferral credit being sought would reduce the maintenance factor from UI's calculated 10.73% to 9%, which was a percentage more in line with UI's baseline maintenance factor percentage from its prior poll rate. Again, I did not provide a corrected rate at that time. It was not clear to me exactly how UI had treated the $5.99 million in identified storm eligible expenses, or why UI varied from prior accounting practice to no longer book the credit associated with the deferral to the same account it booked the expenses. Something that would be logical from a matching perspective, but also consistent with UI's past accounting practices. UI has now provided those responses, and in my opinion, failed to provide any meaningful justification for this mismatch of where they recorded the underlying expenses with where they are recording the associated credit. And as doing that as of the 2021 cost year, in a change from prior cost years. In doing so, the maintenance expense is overstated because it doesn't have the associated credit from the practice of deferring those costs into future test years to avoid rate shock. My updated recalculation to Exhibit 2 of my supplemental testimony is now corrected for UI's booking of the storm-related expenses in this unreasonable manner. And again, the issue here for the poll formula in particular is that account 593 expenses are included in the formula, but the account to which UI is now placing the credit, 598, is not part of the formula. So poll attachers are getting the full expense without the benefit of the matching credit because of this change in accounting. The corrected rate to my Exhibit 2 of my supplemental testimony, using the corrected appurtenance factor I just discussed of 25.1%, plus the other necessary corrections that I had made for the excess ADIT and for the tax factor, both of which I found problems with. The corrected rate is now $16.23 for the cable rate, sole-owned rate, versus the $17.30 that I had identified in that rebuttal exhibit. That completes my updates.
Chairman, I asked how you'd like us to, would you like us to submit as a late filed exhibit the corrected version of her rebuttal exhibit that she just mentioned with the new calculation, or is it enough that she corrected it orally on the stand?
I think if you, I'll pick a third option, just say if you could refile it as a supplemental under your original, it was an exhibit attached to the rebuttal, that's correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you can just refile just the exhibit as a rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, we will do that. And Ms. Crafton is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to our.
Oh, actually, you know what, I forgot to, we jumped ahead. I didn't ask her to adopt. Ms. Crafton, in taking into account those changes, do you adopt as part of your testimony today, the pre-filed direct and pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
I do.
now she's available for cross-examination.
Very good. Does the company have any cross for this panel?
We have no cross, Chair.
Thank you. Then I'll ask Mr. Capozzi to approach, please, on behalf of authority staff.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Steve Capozzi with authority staff.
Good afternoon.
Can I request that the exhibit be filed as an executable Excel file?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
that would be fine.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Ms. Lupley or Mr. Bumpin, can we confirm that the live stream is up and going? Okay, thank you. It's working? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Capozzi, please proceed.
Thank you. So I want to start first with a couple questions about the maintenance carrying charge element of the pole attachment formula. Is it fair to state that you're familiar with the FCC pole attachment rate formula and the maintenance charge application?
I am.
Can you explain to me the purpose of the maintenance carrying charge for allocating costs to the attachers?
Yes, so the FCC formula is a fully allocated cost formula, meaning it's designed to have attachers pay the pole owner for a wide range of capital and operating costs associated with the pole. And so as part of that, maintenance charges would be an operating cost associated with the pole. So it is included in what is a very inclusive formula, because it's taking into account allocated costs, not necessarily just those caused by the attacher. The costs included in the maintenance expense factor are those booked to FERC account 593, which is where electric utilities, excuse me, would book the maintenance expenses associated with the overhead line distribution accounts, which include the pole account 364, as well as services and conductors 365 and 369. So it's the most disaggregated form in which maintenance expenses are recorded. It goes beyond the pole, but it relates to all overhead line expenses. But then the factor divides those expenses by those investment categories.
Okay, thank you. Does the fact that it includes investments from FERC accounts 364, 365, and 369, I mean, would it be more precise if there was sort of a maintenance, if there was a FERC operations account that was specifically for poles?
Absolutely. And in fact, in the application of the FCC formula that applies to telecom companies, the FCC did identify under its USOA accounting system that more detailed level of reporting. The issue is jurisdictional. The FCC doesn't control the FERC uniform system of accounting. So the closest match to what the FCC formula would want, which is precisely as you're describing, would be the 593. But again, the formula more or less adjusts for that by dividing those expenses, which cover 3 accounts, by the investment in those 3 accounts. I have done analysis. It still somewhat overstates what you get from a more disaggregated accounting, most likely, but it does get you closer to what a cost-based formula would want to measure within the constraints of the FCC's accounting responsibilities.
Okay, thank you. Now I have some questions about the appurtenance factor. How long has the FCC's approval of 15% as a presumption of appurtenance factor been in place?
It's been in place pretty much since the earliest stages of the implementation. And I believe the oldest order I've cited is 1987, which was sort of the earliest seminal order addressing these issues. I can't tell you the exact date, but decades, certainly decades.
Okay, has the FCC ever considered modifications since then to that 15% factor?
And that's a good question. The response is a couple of parts. The way poll rate regulation is practiced at the FCC, doesn't really take affirmative action in too many items. It would generally respond to some sort of complaint or request for rulemaking. In the area of the appurtenance ratio, and there are other elements of the formula also that have a rebuttable presumption, I think the thinking is that because the FCC rules and the state rules make those assumptions rebuttable, they're essentially dynamic. So the expectation what would be where there is data, as there is here, to disprove the rebuttable presumption that it would be used. So I think it has not been viewed historically as a problem because the assumptions are rebuttable. It's become a problem in recent years where we find utilities not making or having the data available as they had in prior years. In the earlier decades, CPR data that I was familiar with routinely detailed the breakdown of investment. And I provided an example, actually a more current example with Eversource in this state, where the data was tracked at the level needed to run the formula. But we are finding examples, as we found here with UI, where the utility is not tracking the data apparently at the level of aggregate investment needed for the formula, but more embedded in work orders. And so we are here where we are today because UI wasn't able to respond to the request Necta promulgated, but did come up with a workaround in the form of a sample of 2021 work orders that UI is represented to be representative of their total 364 investment.
Okay, thank you. Do the FCC rules require the poll owner to report that information? Information, do they require UI to track or report information to rebut that presumption?
The FCC rules do require utilities to track information necessary for the formula, but again, not at the level of detail, particularly with regard to electric utilities, which, as I mentioned, the FCC does not regulate. It relies on FERC. Now, the FERC instructions, to my reading, do require backup information to be kept and to be able to be furnished upon request to support any investments or expenses or revenues recorded to certain FERC accounts. So it's certainly my understanding and expectation that this information would be tracked and available, both under FERC accounting rules, but also helpful in terms of how the poll formula is supposed to work. Obviously, if you have a rebuttable presumption and there is no data available upon discovery to rebut it, then it is a bit of a holdup in terms of getting to a just and reasonable rate.
Okay, thank you. And I think I didn't get an answer to a previous question was, has any entity, I was asking if the FCC had ever considered modifications to the 15% factor. Have there been any requests before the FCC to change that since 1987?
To my knowledge, there have been no requests directly to change that rebuttable presumption. I believe if we look through various cases at the FCC, there might be cases that involved disputes about inputs of the formula, because generally that's the way FCC regulation works. Again, it only responds where a dispute or complaint has been filed. But those are costly and tedious, and poll regulation is supposed to work through negotiations between the poll owner and the attacher.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned your own analysis where you looked at Eversource data to derive an appurtenance factor. And that data was collected from Eversource's FERC Form 1 report from Eversource? Is that,
No, well, in part, 364 investment data was available through the FERC reporting. But again, appurtenance information is not reported in the FERC Form 1. But the data was available, it was provided by Eversource as part of a poll attachment tariff filing. It was provided as backup, to my understanding, in support of a poll rate increase. And so the data was provided in that context of a tariff filing, but it was made available and on a public basis, so I had it to refer to.
okay, thank you. Do you recall, I mean, the FERC form, if your analysis was based in part on the FERC Form 1 data, do you recall what the end of year FERC Form 1 that information covered? Do you recall?
It's in my testimony. I would have to look. What I will say is I used the FERC Form 1 364 total investment to match however the data on appurtenances was reported by Eversource in that tariff filing.
Okay.
It was certainly within the last several years.
It's 2015 or 2016. Does either of that sound familiar?
I'd want to check. It's in my testimony. It was in the same time with an Eversource case that I was participating in, that data coincidentally was filed at that same time. But I could provide that to you. I just can't say off the top of my head what year it was. But I think in the 2016, 2017 framework.
Okay, and I believe I saw it in the record too. I was so we don't need to file that. But my next question. So are you familiar generally with Eversource resilience programs that they've undertaken since really around the date you did that analysis?
I have general familiarity because I did review those documents and cited to them.
Okay. Are you familiar with Eversource design and construction standards from before and after that date?
Again, I would have general familiarity from what I read, but it would not be something that I would have a particular expertise or review at a detailed level, other than how it impacted this particular issue of appurtenances. Because cross arms, not just for Eversource, but for utilities generally over the past several years, as hardening has become front and center with various environmental and climate storm issues, there's been a significant emphasis on hardening, including not just the pole, but also the appurtenances on the poles.
So do you, so can you explain, so I'm sorry, when you said in this particular instance, you were saying your general familiarity was applying to this particular instance, were you referring to your analysis that you had done in a prior Eversource rate case or the analysis that you had done here?
Both,
Okay.
because I testified on the issues of appurtenances based on that data at the time it was provided in Eversource, but I'm also referring to it here. It was part of why I identified as a potential problem and explanation for the observation of an extremely significant increase in the net bare pole investment calculated under the formula. When you see numbers that stand out as aberrant, as too high, you start to think, well, what would be the reasons underlying why that net bare pole investment is presenting at such a high level and such a significant increase? And so one of the areas I identified, as I explained, was likely the use of the rebuttable presumption of 15% based on an old historic percentage versus one calculated based on the utilities experience today. When I drafted my direct testimony, I did not have access to UI's own data. So I referred to what I felt what would serve as a surrogate or serve as a basis of a rebuttable presumption. But the testimony made clear that Necta was working with UI to get data specific to its operations, although certainly Eversource in Connecticut would be a very good benchmark peer utility for UI. So I felt very confident using that as a benchmark. That said, utility-specific data obviously is the ideal. And since the filing of my testimony, UI didn't provide the total investment over its entire 364 investment, but it did agree to provide this sample of all current, or excuse me, 2021, the most current year work orders, from which I was able to derive the 25.11% appurtenance factor that may not be exact because it's not the total investment, but it's based on their data. It's significantly significant from a statistical point of view. UI has represented that 1 year to be representative of its poll investment. So clearly the 25.11% would be more accurate, just, and reasonable than the 15% rebuttable presumption.
And the 25 in your position is the 25% versus your initial recommendation. Which one would you say is more accurate?
Well, at this point, I would refer to the benefits of relying on the utility's own data. So that would support the 25.11%. But I would caution, because there is some discussion as to what the percentage calculation from the UI data would be. And so I'd sort of refer to both. That another reason why I believe, on top of the reasons I explained in my clarifications, why the way I've calculated the appurtenance factor of 25.11% based on the sample data is correct, but it's also closer to what I believe would be a valid benchmark, the closer to 35% that was derived from the Eversource data. But as a general rule of thumb, obviously you want utility-specific data wherever you can rely on that.
Okay, thank you. And back to when you said you had general familiarity with Eversource resilience standards or reliability standards. So would it be fair to say you did or did not consider, would it be fair to say you did not consider specific Eversource reliability or resilience standards in your analysis, such as the types of poles that they use, the classification of poles that they use, where they typically install them, how many poles they have or plan to install in terms of their overall poles? Did you consider that level of detail when you did your analysis?
I did not consider that level of detail. I relied on the reports that I reviewed that detailed the type of investments that Eversource was undergoing, in particular, what I believe is a more common industry practice, which is hardening the crossarms using composite materials, not just using the older wooden appurtenances. So it was that level of review and detail that provided the basis for my statements here that flagged what had already been flagged as a problem for me, that the 15% historic rebuttable presumption was likely stale and inapplicable for the 2021 year for UI in this rate.
Okay, thank you. Did you review UI standards for when they apply different types of poles in different circumstances, and how many they have, how that's changed over the years? And same with crossarms when they're using different types of material of crossarms.
I reviewed testimony filed in this case, but not at a severe level of detail. I felt at that time, again, that Eversource Connecticut would be a good peer, close peer for UI. But again, that was at the filing of my direct. And as we've discussed, subsequent to that, UI has provided its own data that also identifies the percent of appurtenances to total poll is higher than the 15%. And I believe clearly solid, the 25.11% would be an accurate representative number based on UI's at least current year work orders. 2021, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Does the OCC have cross for this panel, please? Okay, very good. So Attorney Wheel, OCC approach, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crafton. My name is Tom Wheel. I'm a staff attorney with the Office of Consumer Counsel.
Good afternoon.
Just have a couple of very quick questions. Do poll attachment rates account for the administrative costs incurred by the company in processing poll attachments?
The poll formula does include a factor for administrative and general expenses based on an allocation of the total admin and general expenses incurred by the utility.
And do you know offhand what that allocation is?
The percentage included in the poll rate formula, if you give me a minute, I can look to my exhibit. I don't remember that off the top
Sure.
of my head, but looks like that is 1%, 1.11%.
Okay,
Let me just make sure that I have a couple of versions. Let me just make sure that that's the corrected version. Yes, again, and that would be of the total company administrative and general expenses.
okay. So the total administrative and general expenses of the entire utility or just the expenses incurred in processing the poll attachments?
Yeah, so the way the formula, FCC formula works is that the expense ratio included in admin in general would be of the total electric operations. So
Okay.
again, while that's a relatively small percentage, it is a small percentage of a big bucket of costs, a very inclusive bucket of costs.
Okay. And do you know, just a question about how that poll attachment rate is actually put into effect? Since that, I'm sure there are other factors in the rate that also do this, but since that number naturally fluctuates, when is that calculation made for the purpose of the attacher actually paying the rate? In other words, what data is used? I guess in that example, the total company expense amount, what's looked at and over what period of time in order to come up with that 1.11%?
Right, so the FCC formula is based on publicly reported data in the FERC Form 1. So generally speaking, the poll rate for any rate year will be based on the most recent reported FERC Form 1 data. Sometimes there's a 1-year lag, sometimes there's a 2-year lag. But the idea is that it would be the most recent currently reported FERC Form 1 data that would be used. And I do want to go back to just one addition to my answer on the administration. The FCC methodology really contains 2 parts. So we're talking about the poll rate, the recurring rate, but attachers also pay additional non-recurring charges in the form of make ready when they attach to a poll. And there'd be certain charges, permits and fees that the attacher also pays that would cover attacher-specific costs incurred by the utility. So I just want to clarify, we're talking about only the recurring element, but there would be other cost recoveries and are other cost recovery opportunities outside of the poll rate available to the poll owner.
And those fees you just mentioned, it sounds like those are based on actual incurred costs as opposed to something like a generally applicable rate. Is that accurate?
Exactly. It's a 2-tier system meant to ensure a very compensatory system of recovery for the poll owner, because technically from an economic standpoint, just recovering true make-ready, out-of-pocket, attacher-specific costs would get, from an economic standpoint, sufficient recovery to avoid subsidy. But in addition, the FCC methodology, as adopted by this commission, allows for this additional in many ways duplicative, but ongoing recovery that covers a cost burden incurred by a continuing occupancy, but again, well in excess of any true incremental or marginal cost.
Well, how can you be sure that it's well in excess of any actual incurred costs? Because it sounds to me like if it's 1.1% of total operating costs, it's hard to ever know whether that's an accurate reflection of the costs actually incurred internally by the company in processing attachments, right?
Right. Well, I have done actually some analysis of that previously in connection with some rulemakings at the FCC. And what I did was I tried to evaluate and isolate what would be reasonable projections of true incremental costs, looking at how many labor hours would be involved in, say, administering poll on an ongoing basis, and then compare that to the bucket of costs that is being recorded for the electric operations as a whole.
Yep.
Okay, so there are ways to determine that this is likely more than sufficient. Also, by definition, admin and general costs are by definition non-specific allocated overhead. Okay,
Right.
so so there's certain economic principles. So just from an economic principle standpoint, those types of costs are not marginal by definition. But then I also, in prior research, did some analysis to compare if I was starting from the ground up, from the bottoms up, and doing my own analysis of what a true marginal cost rate would be, and determine that the FCC method of using total administrative for the cost of the electric operations generated a cost component that would be multiples in excess of marginal cost. And just to give you an example, so the rates we're talking about today are per attachment, per foot of attachment we're in the $14 to $16 zone. Based on my analysis, a marginal recurring cost would probably be in the $2 zone if we were looking strictly from a marginal perspective, combined with the make ready. So there is a big margin, so to speak, a big difference between what a fully allocated cost would be and what an economist would deem to be a marginal cost sufficient to avoid subsidy.
Thank you. I think that was my last question. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does the Attorney General have cross? Thank you, Attorney Bidra. EOE. Thank you, Attorney White. Attorney Cook.
Yes, just a few.
Please approach.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Crafton. My name is Mark Cook. I'm with the law firm of Tobin, Carberry, O'Malley, Riley, and Sellinger on behalf of NetSpeed LLC. I only have a few questions that I'd like to get your feedback on today. I know in your resume attached in your pre-filed testimony that you're described as a consulting economist with specialization in telecommunications, cable, and energy markets, and that you possess extensive knowledge of complex economic, policy, and technical issues facing incumbents, new entrants, as well as other stakeholders in rapidly changing telecommunications, cable, and energy markets. Is that a fair description of the summary provided in your resume?
Yes, it is.
You're probably aware that Necta recently changed its name to the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association, removing the word cable from its name, correct?
Yes, I am.
Were you also aware that before operating as the New England Cable and Telecommunications Association, the same entity was known as the New England Cable Association?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Crafton, based on your substantial expertise in the field of pole attachment policy, economic and technical matters for communication attachers, I'd like to ask for your comment on what you see as the most recent trend in installations in the communication space, as far as what type of technology is most commonly used these days. Is it copper? Is it coaxial cable? Is it fiber optic? Most prominent in relatively recent installations?
Well, certainly there's been a trend, beginning decades ago, away from copper and into coaxial and fiber optics.
Would you agree that a large segment of the new entrants to the communications space are neither telephone companies or cable companies as we know, but are rather converging into generally broadband internet access service providers?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Chairman, can I interject? I feel that this crosses actually beyond the scope of anything she said in direct or sort of rebuttal testimony.
Okay, Attorney Cook.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So Ms. Crafton has described her qualifications as being a specialist in telecommunications and cable policy and technical issues. And she's also previously talked about the convergence of technologies in UI's last rate case. So I wanted to explore that just a little further.
Okay, are you seeking to okay. Are you seeking to discredit the witness? Are you trying to build a foundation for a specific line of questions?
No, quite the opposite from discrediting the witness. I view her as an expert in these matters, and I want to explore these issues with her a bit more, and it's relevant to the issues of a unified rate and rate parity.
Okay, all right. Attorney Thompson, any response?
Obviously, I agree that she's an expert, but none of those things are things that she has testified to in this proceeding, as opposed to other proceedings.
Okay, Attorney Cook, I'm having trouble seeing the relevance. So, if you can connect the dots a little bit further for me on the relevance, and then I'll issue a ruling.
Absolutely. In Ms. Crafton's previous testimony in 160604, she discussed the convergence of technologies and the impact that has on the viability and appropriateness of a unified rate between cable providers and telecommunications service providers. And I'd like to ask her if she still holds that position.
Okay, I'll allow a little latitude here, but I'll consider Mr. Attorney Thompson's objection noted. If you want to renew it after hearing the specific questions, please do so.
Thank you. Ms. Crafton, I know in the last UI rate case, you found common ground with Mr. Mark Kolka of UI in your mutual support of a unified pole attachment rate as opposed to two separate rate formulas. Is that correct?
That is correct, subject to the condition that the unified formula, consistent with FCC methodology and recent rules would conform both rates, the cable and telecom, to the cable rate. So the idea of converging the rate would be to converge to the lower rate, not the higher telecom rate, which existed really as a legislative mandate and compromise, if you will. From an economic standpoint, as I've mentioned, the cable rate is more than compensatory. And the more you diverge from a reasonable cost-based rate higher up, you distort the market and you negatively impact broadband investment and accessibility.
Understood. Thank you very much, Ms. Kraft. And Chairman, that's all my questions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Cook. Commissioner Carey? No question. Thank you. Attorney Thompson, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
No, I actually have just one quick question. Ms. Crafton, I heard you use the acronym in response to, I believe, Mr. Capozzi's question, CPR. Can you simply just define what those letters stand for?
Yes. CPR refers to continuing property records. It is the way historically utilities have kept data tracking their fixed assets, such as poles. Historically, they were sort of kept in files or paper files that could be reported. Now we're seeing more electronic databases used, such as UI used to retrieve its sample for the appurtenance quantification. But again, that is referred to generically, even though many of these databases are now electronic, as CPR. But thank you for that opportunity.
Nothing else, Chairman.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Crafton, thank you for appearing and you're excused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to transition into our next topic here, kicking off with the company's panel on capital programs, plant additions, rate base, and IT. So I'll ask the company's counsel, the company's witnesses, and authority staff, bless you, to approach. Okay, Attorney Venor and Attorney Vaughn, if you'd like to introduce your witness panel, and then I'll swear in everyone but Mr. Eves, maybe?
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. This panel consists of Laura Wakefield, Jacob Hurwitz, Daniel Dane, Adam O'Laughlin, and Chuck Eves.
Very good, thank you. I think, Mr. Eves, I've sworn you in.
Correct.
Correct. So I'll remind you, you remain under oath, and then I'll ask the remaining witnesses to please raise your right hand, and I will administer the oath, at the conclusion of which, please say, I do. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do too.
Thank you very much. Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you. Beginning with Ms. Wakefield, would you please state your full name and position for the record? And make sure the light screen.
Thank you. Laura Wakefield, Manager of Revenue Requirements.
Mr. Hurwitz,
Jacob Hurwitz, Director of Revenue Requirements.
Mr. Dane,
Daniel Dane, Executive Vice President with Concentric Energy Advisors.
and Mr. O'Laughlin,
Adam O'Loughlin, Senior Director, Investment Planning.
and Mr. Eves.
Charles Eves, Vice President of Electric Operations, UI.
Mr. Hurwitz, Ms. Wakefield, and Mr. Dane. As part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed written testimony and exhibits which were marked as Exhibit UI-RRP-1 and 1A, and rebuttal testimony that was marked as Exhibit UI-RRP-rebuttal-1?
Yes. Yes.
Other than the corrections identified through responses to your interrogatories submitted in this case, do you have any other updates or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony and exhibits or to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
No. No.
Do you adopt your pre-filed direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Mr. Hurwitz, Ms. Wakefield, Mr. O'Loughlin, and Mr. Dane. Did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes. We did.
Do you have any changes to any of your responses to interrogatories?
No. No.
And do you adopt your responses to interrogatories as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Eves, I understand you were previously sworn and adopted your pre-filed testimony and responses to interrogatories.
That is correct.
As part of your preparation for today's hearings, have you identified corrections to 2 of your responses to interrogatories?
In preparation for my testimony today, I do have 2 corrections. In the response to RRU 346, there is a typographical error. The reference to RSR 346 UI Attachment 1 should be RRU 346 UI Attachment 1. I was also reviewing the information provided in response to RSR 003, which shows the company's plan additions for the years 2016 through 2022. The attachment to that response identifies over 800 line items for projects over that period. In my review and in consulting with others from our control and accounting group and operational smart grids groups, we determined that a portion of the historic capital expenditures for certain operational smart grid security projects between lines 787 and 805 of that attachment that were allocated to UI through the MAS formula should have been allocated based predominantly on transmission needs. These totaled approximately 4.3 million to be removed from distribution actuals.
Okay, so does that flow through to any other exhibits that we need to refile? That does. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not done.
There's one more correction and I'll
Okay, please go
address
ahead.
that. We also identified on line 667 of that same attachment, a data center consolidation project that resulted in 4.8 million of actual Capex. This project provided improvements to the UI data center that benefited UI customers, but was done primarily to facilitate the use of the data center to support the infrastructure of other operating companies. This cost will also be removed from UI distribution. And the company will provide this correction in LFE 1, which will show a total of 9.1 million in historic Capex reduction in the UI distribution actuals.
Thank you.
And do you adopt those responses subject to those corrections as part of your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Lastly, Mr. Eves, are you familiar with UI's witness list filed as Attachment A to its filing with PURA on February 14th, 2023, identifying certain non-panel witnesses who sponsored responses to interrogatories in this case?
Yes, I am.
And for purposes of admission into the record, do you adopt the interrogatory responses submitted by the individuals identified in the column entitled Non-Panel Witnesses on Discovery Responses for the topic entitled Capital Program Plant Additions Rate Base IT?
I do.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will turn first to authority staff for cross. Mr. Paff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ryan Paff, and I'm a consultant with PURA staff. I fairly regularly sponsor testimony and face cross-examination, so this is a a little different for me, but just want you to know that I feel your pain, and we'll get through this together. So the first subject that I would like to cover is related to some fundamental rate-based terminology. And specifically, what I'd like to do is get the definitions that the company is using for two terms, capital expenditures and plant additions. I know that these are common terms used in the industry, but I also know that sometimes they're used interchangeably. And I want to make sure that the record's clear how UI is using these terms so they're not inappropriately conflated. So with that as context, could you please explain how the company defines capital expenditures, and also explain how capital expenditures are distinct from plant additions?
I'll speak from an operating perspective, and then we can have the financial people expand on that answer potentially. In terms of UI's interpretation of those two terms, capital expenditures would be the capital spending that we execute during any given year, any given period, replacing poles, rebuilding splice chambers. Plant additions would be when those assets close the plant and go into our plant records. So for UI, there's generally two types of those things. There's programs where as we close work orders, those assets are going into plant. So if we're rebuilding a pole line, each asset and each work order that gets closed would incrementally be put into plant. For large projects where maybe a substation that's not used and useful until the substation is built, then the plant addition would occur at the end of the project.
Did anyone have anything to add to that?
Well summarized.
Okay. So given the definitions that you have just given for capital expenditures and plant additions, would you, and I'll use the singular noun, but when I say you, obviously anyone that is most appropriate to respond can feel free to do so. But would you agree that these items, that is capital expenditures and plant additions, are particularly important for companies such as UI, since UI is in a capital intensive industry?
Would we agree that capital expenditures are important for our company?
Capital expenditures and plant additions, those concepts are particularly important for UI given your industry.
I would say yes.
Okay. Could you bring up the narrative response to RSR2? And that would be the Word doc. As that's coming up, in the request numbered RSR-2, the company was asked to provide planned and actual plant additions for the 21-year period from 2001 through 2021. Per the narrative response, the company stated, and I'm paraphrasing, but the company stated that it wasn't able to provide the amounts for actual or planned plant additions prior to 2018. So my question is, given how critical this information is to your company, why does the company only maintain 4 years of this information?
So for that response, the question was asking for the historical plant additions at those category levels, which are based upon the way that we currently operate the business. So there's a couple of drivers in terms of why the data prior to 2018 was not readily available. So one is due to the nature of the categorization that we have available today, and the other is due to a change in our system that we had. So records, historical records were migrated for a period back to 2018.
Okay, so gonna try to unwind that answer a little bit. Is it that the company didn't use these categorizations prior to 2018?
The categorization has evolved over time.
Okay.
So there are aspects that have been used historically, yes.
And in the response to RSR 002, we did respond with the actual expenditures going back to 2004.
The capital
The
expenditures.
capital expenditures.
Yeah, which is part of why I'm a little confused by if you are able to categorize the capital expenditures, and that's how you're categorizing capital expenditures. I'm a little confused about how that wasn't the way that you were categorizing it when you closed it to plant.
So the concept of capitalizing the capital expenditures is a much more common occurrence than it was to categorize the plant records. In general, and in prior rate cases, as we came in here, we were typically categorizing what our future expenditures would be. So that the availability of that data, to respond in a 2-week time frame was limited, and that's why we didn't provide it.
Okay, how was the
It would require a mapping exercise back across. That's a long period of time, so there have been multiple financial systems that we've leveraged in the past. So we would need to mine that data, take the categorizations that we've applied at the work order level essentially, and map that backward.
And that's not something that you had to do from 2018 on. Is that accurate?
That's not something we were prepared to do in a 2-week time frame to respond to the interrogatory.
I guess what I'm asking is you provided the information from 2018 through 2021, I believe. And
because the data at the work order level was more readily available, mapped to those categories.
Yes. So in order to map the data into the category level, we need to have it at the project level, projects that align to that. And so the project level plant addition data prior to 2018 is what is not readily available in the existing system, right? So the plant records would have the plant data, but it's aggregated at the account level, right? It's not at the individual project level. So it would take time to go through the records and identify and segregate that.
okay, and what happened in 2018 to change this?
So the data in the system, well, we started tracking plant level data at the project level more closely around the 2018 time period. And then the data in the system available historically is to 2018 as a result.
Okay, and was this a formal change, or was it just you say it started tracking more closely? What do you mean by that?
It's part of our monthly actual reporting process.
Okay, so starting in January 2018, there was some change within the company to modify its processes related to this?
In that period.
In that period, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know if January 18 is the exact date.
And again, there was a full record of the work order data going backwards. It is the mapping to these categories that was not readily available. Now, it could be done, but it was not readily available in the time frame for this.
But it was readily available for 2018 through 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And that change was something that happened on or around January, or had to be on or before January 2018, and this was something that the company formally put into place. Would that be accurate? A formal change? I'm just trying to understand why it would be available for one period and not an earlier period. And if your testimony is that the company changed its processes at this time, and that is why we have this information available past this date, then that's your testimony. But I'm asking for clarification.
Yeah, that's the project level data for plant additions was available through our regular reporting process back to 2018. Prior to that, our monthly and annual reporting process did not include project level plant additions. It was
Okay.
focused on the capital.
So the actual accounting of the, you're telling me the actual accounting of the projects changed at that time, and that's why you were able to have this data available from 2018.
Our governance reporting.
Okay. Okay. So I guess another question I have that is similar is the company stated that it didn't have actual capital expenditure data prior to 2016 readily available. So can you explain why that was?
Mr. Pratt, could you repeat the question? You said actual capital data prior to 2016?
Yeah.
The actuals are represented here back to 2004.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Plan data. Sorry.
Yes, so for the plan data, we relied upon our governance reporting as well, and we had project level capital plan data back to 2016 available.
At the category level.
Yes.
And is this also related to the processes changing from 26 or what you described earlier with how the procedures changed during some time period around this time?
No, I believe that a majority of the project historicals, we had to map each project back into the categories for the actuals, but for the plan, we did not have it in the reporting in the same format.
So it's similar question to what I had before. Was there a change when you say you didn't have it in a similar format? Was there a change in 2015, 2016?
The focus on categorization of our projects has typically been looking at the forecast. So as we come in for rate cases before this body, in 2005, 2008, 2013, we have categorized the forecast. I think what you're looking for is a categorization of the plan, which is a different data set, within our systems, and we're going back across multiple systems across those timeframes. That data, as of 2016, was readily available to respond to the data request, and prior to that, would have required some effort. Again, some significant effort. Again, it could be done. We could go back and map all the way back to 2001 for those actuals. We took what was readily available and responded to the data request in the 2-week timeframe we had.
Mm-hmm. So, does the company not feel that it is beneficial to have plan data and actual data in ways that can easily be compared from year to year?
We do for year-to-year comparisons. I think going back across multiple years here is not something we've historically done. We're looking at that in terms of our variance reporting on a monthly and annual basis, but have not prepared a response like this in my recollection in a rate case going back as far as this. We've compared it typically to the last rate case.
Mm-hmm.
So going back this number of years represented a significant effort for us and we responded with what we had available within the time frame we had.
Okay. Can you bring up the attachment to RSR 2. Okay, here, well, there are 5 categories listed that correlate with what was, for the most part, correlates with what was requested. It's UI capital expenditures, actuals, UI capital expenditure plan, UI capital expenditure and rates, UI plant addition, actuals, and UI plant additions plan. Does that, from your recollection, or we can scroll down, does that sound like the categories that you all provided of the data?
Yes.
Okay. My first question on this attachment is related to the category called UI capital expenditure and rates. Can you confirm that the capital expenditures, rather than plant additions, is what are currently embedded in customers' rates? And I mean the capital expenditures from the previous rate proceeding. And if that's not the case, then
Could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
yeah, there's one of the categories that says UI capital expenditures and rates, quote unquote. So my question is it the capital expenditures from the previous rate case that are embedded in rates currently? Or is it the plant additions that are currently embedded in rates?
You want to respond to that, Jay?
It would be the latter, plant additions.
Okay. And if that's the case, you probably can recognize where my confusion is coming from. Why would the category of plant that is being categorized as in rates be capital expenditures, be associated with capital expenditures?
If I could just confer with Mr. Eves.
Sure.
Gotcha.
So
the category and rates, what we attempted to do there was recategorize into the current format what was allowed in the previous cases. And then the plant additions would reflect what we actually put into plant.
So, is the capital expenditures are not actually what is driving rate base, correct? That's what's driving rate base is the plant additions, which are the capital expenditures once they're useful and close to plant, correct?
Correct.
So how did the capital expenditures impact rates in your schedule here? Sorry, I should also say why would they impact rates?
So if you look back to our previous rate cases, in the 2013 rate case, we were allowed $400 million in capital expenditures over the forward period. And coming out of the 2016 decision, there was some commentary in there. We had underspent over that time frame. So we had $400 million allowed in rates. We spent less than that in that time period. Coming out of the 2016 rate case, we were going to have about $308 million in capital expenditures, which we, during that period spent very close to that amount. And again, as we stated earlier, that's what we're allowed in rates. We execute our capital budget. We execute the projects in that capital budget. And as the plants go, the assets go into service, they add to our plant additions that then go into rates.
So I'm glad we're having this discussion, and hopefully it's educational for everyone else, because it certainly is for me. But this is a why I was asking these questions, because I think you said in your response that there were capital expenditures that were approved in the previous rate case.
Correct.
And if the capital expenditures are not what's embedded in rates, then because they're not driving rate base, it's the plant and service. Can you expand on how the capital expenditures were approved in the rate case, and how the company interpreted that? I guess does that question make sense?
So the question is, how were the capital expenditures approved in the last rate case, and how did the company go about executing on that?
Well, my question is, if you're saying that capital expenditures, there are $400 million, is that what you said?
In the 2013 rate case, 308 in the 2016.
Okay. And you're saying that's the amount that was approved to be put into rates? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. I thought previously we had discussed how capital expenditures were not what was put into rates, because that was the plant that was driving the rate base.
I mean, if you look at the language in the decision, they were approved capital expenditures that would eventually get put into rates, right, through the process that we just discussed. If we're approved to spend $308 million over a period of time, those capital expenditures would become used and useful and go into plant.
And so for purposes of calculating rates, did the company assume those capital expenditures as plant and service additions? Or how did the company, what assumption did the company make to translate or convert those capital expenditures into plant, which is what you would need to do, I assume, right, to get to a rate base figure?
In general terms, there are two different types of plant that we add. One is through programs, and I described that earlier, where we're executing the programs and the assets are going into plant. As we complete the work orders in those programs, and then the other is specific projects where we create a plant in service forecast. So we will define an in service date for a substation or a large project that's going into service as one lump item, and that would drive the plant in service forecast.
And just to add to that, so in this case, we have 3 projected rate years. And so the rate base and the revenue requirement is driven off of plant and service, which Mr. Eves just described. That plant and service, as you've noted, starts as Capex, but to make its way into the revenue requirement, it has to be placed in service. And so the plant and service is then what's reflected in rate base.
And is that the same methodology that was used in the previous rate cases? In terms of, because it sounds like what you're saying is that the plant and service is what is driving the rate base. And it sounds like in previous rate cases, capital expenditures is what was approved. And those seem like different things. And I'm trying to understand if capital expenditures were approved, what assumptions did the company make related to those capital expenditures to make them a plant and service number and modify rate base and based on that?
Again, so in the last rate case, approximately $100 million was approved in the first year, 100 million in the second year, and 108 in the third. That's a series of projects that range from programs to specific projects, and based upon that process we described, those capital investments go into plant and service. And we do create a plant forecast based upon what we have seen from the programs and how those assets goes to plant, as well as asking for an in-service date for the large projects that will go in service in one fell swoop. So that is the methodology that we use and have used as far back as I can recollect.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
So the revenue requirement that was approved in the last rate case for rate years 1, 2, and 3, did the revenue requirement assume the $308 million that it included that?
I believe it would have, yes.
Okay, so the part that I'm confused on is, so you're making the transition on your books from a capital expenditure to a plant addition without any further prudency review from the authority? Because the company's interpreting what happened in the last rate case as like a pre-approval in lieu of a prudency review. Is that?
So we were granted that capital, and in different categories, and we went about executing those programs that we had discussed in the rate case in good faith. So I guess we're here before you now. We've executed in general what we committed to execute in the last rate case. There were some changes. I mean, things did change. We had a pandemic. We've had issues around material availability that have pushed things in certain directions. But in general, I believe we met the spirit of what we committed to in the last rate case, and have rolled those into plant in service in accordance with what we've been doing for the last 100 years and in good faith.
Okay, so the $308 million you said you spent close to it. Did you underspend or overspend? And I mean that separate from whether the expenditures achieved what you're looking for, but did you underspend or overspend?
Our capital expenditures in that time frame were $326 million in RSR 2.
Okay, and you were authorized for 308.
Correct. Now there are some apple and oranges issues with the numbers across the 308. We did change the way we allocated some of the capital that was common across UIL. So in the past, we had a an expense charge for corporate capital charges that did not show up in that rate base, that in the 2019 timeframe evolved into a capital allocator where it did show up in our capital actuals. So in the past, it came back through expense into the rev rec. So there are some apples and oranges issues there. In general, we spent very close to what we were allowed in rates.
Okay, thank you. And are you seeking to reconcile those expenditures here
As part of the
as part
rate
of the
case.
instant race case? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then the plant additions that you're presenting to us in this rate case, do they start? So your last rate year was through December 31st, 2019, if I'm not mistaken. So do your plant additions start January 1st of 2020? And your so your revenue requirement plus your plant additions start January 1st of 2020.
So Chairman Gillette, so everything in this case that's plant and service is all plant and service up through the test year, which is 2021. So that includes what would have been in plant and service in prior years before 2019, after 2019, up through 2021. And then this is a 3-year projection or projected rate year case. So for the rate years, there's a projection of capital, and then every dollar of capital is assumed at some point to turn into plant. And so that projection is what that also gets factored into rate base over the course of the rate years, depending on when it goes into service.
Okay, so the company's proposal here is for the rate years that you've proposed moving forward, you're proposing the same methodology where you're asking for pre-approval of capital expenditures that the company's then going to turn into plant in service on your books, without further order from the authority. That's what you're proposing.
I think generally we're looking for the approval of the revenue requirement, which includes a projection of certain plant service additions.
Plant service additions or capital expenditures?
So everything that's in rates has to be in service before it can factor into the revenue requirement. So you could spend $1 today that may not go into service for another year. And so it would have to go into service in the rate plan timeframe in order to be in the revenue requirement.
Okay, Mr. Path, thank you.
Mr. Dane, to follow up on what you just discussed, is it the projected, or let me put it this way. The company projects its plant and service additions, correct? That's what,
yes,
part of what we were just looking at. Why are rates based on the capital expenditures rather than the plant additions forecast?
They're not.
They're not.
No.
So if we look back at RSR2, capital expenditures and rates, that's, can you explain that discrepancy?
I can't. I don't know if that's a labeling matter or something, but I think the concepts we've been discussing about how capital expenditures, everything starts as a capital expenditure, and then as it is finalized and completed, then it goes into service, and that's when it would be reflected in a revenue requirement.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you know whether or not the capital expenditures forecast or the plan and service forecast is what was approved and embedded in rates in the previous rate case?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. But you can confirm that the the instant case, and I brought up this schedule just so that we could have something to draw from. You can confirm that in the instant case, the rate year additions, for example, and the changes to plant and service, those would be based on a plant additions forecast, not a capital expenditures forecast.
Correct, understanding that the two are closely linked, but you are correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Pappen, in the last rate case decision, the discussion around the Capex was in terms of the Capex forecast, not the plan additions. And again, I think it's a chicken and the egg situation there. Your capital, the capital additions are, the capital expenditures are the executable portion of this, right? It's what we're being directed to execute. You expect to connect this many customers. You expect to replace this much infrastructure. You expect to do these capacity projects. So those are kind of the explicit actions that we're taking on coming out of that rate case. And there was general direction from the authority that here are the categories we expect you to execute. And we went about doing that. And again, as we've described the process, that then translates into plan additions that were part of the revenue requirement in that case. And I believe that, there are calculations embedded in that case that translate that capital expenditure that we executed into the expected plan additions that then drove the revenue requirement that resulted in rate changes.
But in that case, it was actually the capital expenditure dollar amounts that were embedded in the revenue requirement, correct?
I think it's all there, but that was the basis of the communications between us and the authority. We were explaining the capital expenditures we needed to execute to drive our mission, to maintain reliability, to connect customers, to respond in storms. So the discussion parameters and the understanding is at the expenditure level. That then translates into a financial level that is rate-based through the processes we described. But typically the discussion back and forth is in terms of the projects and the execution. And that is what is listed in the decision in that case, is that expectation of the authority around the capital expenditures we were granted and their expectations.
Well, and it may be a subtle distinction, but I do believe, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that capital expenditures do not, or I should say, plan and service implies that the project is used and useful, correct?
Or the asset.
Or the asset, thank you. But the capital expenditures does not necessarily imply that, and this possibly is drawing on the chair's questions as well. But so capital expenditures are what the company spends, but the plan and service is what the assets that actually become used and useful for the customers during that period. Correct. Okay. Can you go back to the attachment for RSR 2? I don't have much more with this, but I have a couple of other questions. Okay, if we look at the capital expenditure and rates section, yeah, sorry. Could you go to the capital expenditure and rates?
Got it.
Is it up? Okay, there we go. So Couple of questions related to this. Just give me 1 second as I get there on my computer. Can you tell me why why 2021 wasn't provided for this?
I'm looking at the columns for 17 through 19, where we mapped what was allowed in rates into the categories. That does total 308 million. I think from a definition perspective, we did not have beyond the 2019 timeframe. There potentially is nothing in rates. Right, we were granted the capital expenditures up until 2019, and then we stayed out until this time frame to come back in for a rate case. So, I guess legitimately, that should have stopped in 2019. That column.
Okay. You actually anticipated my next question, which would be how the 2020 column was calculated.
Okay. Colleague needs to find the backup file for that. Could we defer that question and come back to it in a minute?
That's fine with me if it works for the commission. Okay. And I'm almost certain that this question has already been answered, but I want to make sure that it's completely unambiguous. For purposes of this rate case, the projected changes in plant are correlate with the plant and service forecasts, the plant additions forecasts, not the capital expenditures.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you bring up the line 2? Those are all the questions that I had for that topic. Thank you. My next few questions are related to figure 3 from the revenue requirement rebuttal testimony. And this figure is located on page 10. This figure lists the plant and service by year from 2016 through 2021. It also has a line for the interim period, and it has lines for each of the 3 rate years. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I attempted to agree this information to underline support, but I wasn't able to do so, and I wanted to ask you all if you could tell me why that might be. So specifically, I tried to agree this information to OCC 158 and the supplemental attachment in OCC 158. And I'll tell you that when I say I tried to agree this information, it was the total distribution plan and service. I tried to agree that information from figure 3 to the information in OCC 158. And like I said, I was able to agree some of the figures, but not all. Specifically, I was able to agree the 3 rate years. However, I was not able to agree 2016 through 2021. And I did some alternative calculations to see why that might be and to see if I could reverse engineer why these why there might be a discrepancy. And it looks like the 2016 through 2021 figures include amounts that were excluded from the total distribution line on OCC 158, and specifically they include transmission for all the years that are applicable, as well as the prepayments that are applicable to the category distribution plant. And my question is, first of all, if you would agree with my statement, and second of all, if you could tell me why transmission would have been included for 2016 through 2021, but would not have been included for the rate years.
Do you mind if we confer for
Sure.
1 moment? So just a couple things on this chart. So the chart was intended to describe rates of change in plant and service over time. And I just, in speaking with my colleague here, I believe that rebuttal was filed prior to the supplement. So subject to check, I think these tie to the original submission of OCC 158. But since the supplement post-dated this, then there would just been a passage of time.
Well, I guess I have a sorry about that. I guess I have a follow-up question, if that is the case. Could you go to the Excel file, and could you go to the line row 56? Or sorry, row 59. So OCC 158 shows the total distribution plant and service. And you say that OCC, or you say that these figures would agree to the original response to OCC. So my question is, do the 3 rate years only reflect the distribution plant and service, or did they also include transmission?
I'm just going to confirm. So these are distribution, the rate years are distribution only.
Okay, the rate years are distribution only. So would you agree that the figure on page 10, so figure 3, the plan and service for 2016 through 2021 should also be shown as distribution only, rather than what it appears to be, which is inclusive of transmission?
That would certainly be more consistent. As I said, the table is intended to describe rates of change over certain periods. So the periods that we've averaged are, I believe they're apples to apples, for lack of a better term, in terms of average 2017 to 2021, which is in the first section of this table, and then average interim period to rate year 3. So I agree with your question that for consistency's sake that that may be appropriate. I don't know that it would change the takeaways.
Would it not change the annual change percentage from 2021 to the interim period?
Yes, it could.
You say it could, but it would, wouldn't it? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I
Yeah,
just
no,
want the
I
record to
would
be clear.
want to check the numbers before committing to that, but generally, if 2021 includes transmission and we're comparing that to the interim period, then that probably would change that percentage.
Okay. And that could potentially, or you say it would change that percentage. So it would change this figure. So this figure wouldn't be accurate if we used just distribution, plant and service for every year and not just the interim period and the rate years.
If we were to change 2016 to 2021, yeah, it would change certain figures within the table.
Okay. And I guess not to belabor this, but again, just to make sure that the record is clear, if the plant and service amounts were consistently shown as only distribution, plant and service, then the figures in this table would change.
Certain of them.
You're certain of that? Is it just
certain of the figures? Sorry.
Certain of the figures, yes. Okay, thank you. I believe those are all my questions. That section, okay. Can you open the cross line 3? Thanks. Okay, I would now like to ask some questions about the figures reported in OCC 158. And in this request, the company was asked by the OCC to provide, quote, the actual plant and service balance by account for each of the years 2016 through 2021. I'm actually paraphrasing now. the test year and forecasted for each of the rate years. Is that correct?
Correct. That was the question.
Okay. And I know that OCC 158 was initially responded to and then supplemented to address some concerns noted by OCC's witnesses. So I'm going to focus on the attachment provided in the supplemental response. My first question is, why was the plant in service for the rate years not listed by FERC account?
That's not how our rate year forecast of plant and service was developed. We developed it at the, I'll call it functional level of intangible distribution in general, and not on a FERC account by FERC account basis.
Okay, so you don't have forecasts by FERC account for the rate years.
No, we have not prepared that.
Okay. Okay, I'd now like to ask about the fluctuations for some specific individual FERC accounts to get clarification about the factors that drove those changes. And specifically, there were some accounts in which the balances changed substantially over the period from 2016 to 2021. And for ease of reference, I've separated some of the line items that I'm talking about into specific PDFs. Could you go to the document titled 398 miscellaneous equipment? First account I would like to talk about is FERC account 398 miscellaneous equipment. And like I said, for ease of reference, I extracted these and had a calculation, included a calculation, as you can see up there, about the difference that I was seeing. If you'd like to check this back to OCC 158, please feel free. But my first question again is related to the miscellaneous equipment FERC account 398. And could you tell me what the company uses this account for?
We're checking.
Okay.
A large chunk of the increase in 2021 appears to be related to security equipment. And if you have many more questions down this line, it might make sense to call up another person who's more familiar with the details, who's sitting behind me, April.
I wouldn't say that's my decision. But I would have additional questions, yeah.
And Mr. Burgess previously sworn.
Hello.
Okay. Ready.
Okay, so my initial question was, what does the company use this account for as far as what gets booked to this account?
Right. This coincidentally is related in part to the correction that Mr. Eves made at the beginning of this testimony, where we had identified some security, cyber related projects that had been partially allocated to distribution, but that we would remove them from the plant and service historical, because we determined that they were more applicable to transmission based on the nature of the, cybersecurity and communications and such related to transmission requirements. So because the FERC Uniform System of Accounts is written in 1960, it leaves a little bit of room for interpretation on new technology and where that best fits into the system of accounts. So through our governance process and these continued projects, as they evolve, we reevaluated them in 2023 and found that we think that they belong more so as SCADA related transmission substation communications equipment. So that's the reclassification that we're planning, which is again related to that correction. So that's part of the balance that we've placed here in this sort of miscellaneous equipment account.
Okay. I guess. Well, let me ask you this: what would have been the figure that should have been here? Because I think my math's correct here, but it's an increase of 1,400%, and an increase to the balance of $30 million from 2 to 32. So what is the company saying now, believing that should have been on
Right.
this line?
So also to clarify, since this is part of general property, a portion of this is already allocated to transmission using the wage allocator. So it's a little difficult to compare the two schedules. I think, Mr. Reeves, your correction was 9 million. Was that it that we were? So 9 million of the 32, which is the transmission portion, would be removed. Plus also, the distribution portion, plus also in this 32, like 20% is already allocable to transmission. So it's subject to check. I could, recalculate that and read that in. But if we're looking at just the distribution number, it's already, sort of cut by at least 20% for the part that's allocated to transmission.
But I guess that would be consistent with the other years as well, right? So the other years would be cut 20%, because the other years would be being allocated to transmission as well.
Right.
So
These are the years that these unique sort of new cyber type of requirements have been added to plant and service because they've become used and useful, which is why we have that sort of spike in this account code. In addition to, I think Mr. Eves referenced, we used to carry the shared capital, so shared investments and things like this, security that benefits all of the affiliates at it's like a service company, and reallocate them through to the affiliates with the corporate capital charge, which we discontinued at the end of 2018. We started phasing that out. So it's neutral to customers, but we started instead of having that corporate capital charge, splitting the capital at the time of the purchase and putting it into the plant of each individual company according to the appropriate allocator for whatever that purchase was. So there's a couple of things here, I think, that are adding to the increase in this sort of general property account.
Okay. So you said that 9 million should be removed from this 398, and I assume it would be going someplace else on,
Right, subject to
Plant.
check. I believe that all of the 9 million is in this plant account. I would have to validate that because what we were looking at is based on the project spend. And we've sort of discussed here how the project spend is transformed into the plant accounts when it becomes used and useful. So I'd have to confirm that that's where that balance was, but it would be removed from distribution and placed into a transmission specific plant account as
Okay.
determined it's more applicable to SCADA, which we include in 353 transmission substations equipment.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that it's going to be removed completely from distribution.
Yes.
And will that have a corresponding impact on the rate base that the company is proposing for the rate years 1, 2, and 3?
Well, it would be in the historical opening balance, but my understanding is through the governance process, we identified this and were able to remove it from the plant and service forecasts, these projects, or is that not confirmed?
I think the answer to your question is yes, and April's distinction between historical and forecast plant additions is also appropriate. My understanding is the adjustment would not affect the forecast plant additions, but will affect rate base, if that makes sense.
It will not sorry, you said it will impact forecast plant additions, but not rate base, or
The opposite.
the opposite. It'll impact rate base, but not forecast plant additions.
Correct.
So the plant and service that the company originally proposed would be modified based on this adjustment?
Yes.
Okay.
As long as plant and service the company originally proposed, you mean the total plant and service, not the rate year plant additions.
And you're saying that because what we're talking about here is 2021, the test year. So we're talking about the starting point, not the additions. And okay.
Exactly.
But the company has not filed their amendment to that yet. Is that what Mr. Eves was describing before?
Correct.
Okay. But it's forthcoming.
Yes.
Okay. So if we removed the 9 million from the 32 million, I would have still been concerned and wanted to probe this, because then we're talking about it going from 2 million to 23 million. So I'm just trying to understand. I apologize if I'm being dense, but I'm trying to understand how in 2020 and through 2016, the miscellaneous equipment that the company needed to utilize to provide service to its customers is 2 million, and then in 2021, the test year, which happens to be, like we just described, the starting point for this rate case, it jumps to 23 million.
I think the other part of that is the elimination of the corporate capital charge, where we had, at the beginning of 2019, any of the in-flight projects and any new projects related to sort of general property programs that were managed at the UIL level, the project managers began splitting those costs at inception. And so you have now additions to rate base for that scope of work. So different than what Mr. Eves does, more like the security teams, the general services, the facilities types teams, IT, they began putting their capital expenditures directly into the plant accounts of UI and the other UIL affiliates, as opposed to maintaining the capital at UIL and charging each affiliate their portion through a corporate service charge. So since that was phased out, you also see additions in these accounts that would not have been there before 2019.
So, are you saying that the customer is basically harmless in this situation and they're not being charged any more than they were previously?
Correct.
It's an accounting issue. Okay.
And we do have some data responses related to this specifically, where we walked through, the economics of how the corporate capital charge was calculated and how the change does not result in any impact to customers.
And I'm not familiar with those responses, but
I can tell you
Okay.
quickly. They were RRU. 1 second, as long as I have. I think RRU 254 was one of those responses. There were a couple of them, because this is something that changed in between, the last rate case and the instant case. So we did address that in a few responses.
okay. And where could I look at to corroborate what you're describing in terms of it sounds like in 2020 you're saying that there would have been a similar level of charges somewhere, and I'm trying to understand where I can look at and identify, okay, I can see that even though from 2020 to 2021 it increased by 20 million, I can see a corresponding decrease in this other area.
It would be a different affiliate. It would be UIL, the holding company, where we had those investments in, or those capital expenditures, to try to use the same consistent terminology. So the capital expenditures that were not yet plant and service were transferred in 2019. So we would see an uptick in construction work in progress at UI in 2019 for those in-flight investments, and then they came into plant and service in the subsequent years. Does that?
Let's imagine that this change had not occurred. How would the company's rate filing look different?
We would have that corporate capital charge, and we would include in the support for that corporate capital charge the investment that is on UIL holding companies, or would have been on UIL holding companies' books, and how we would allocate that via this corporate capital charge to UI distribution. So in this case, and just to confirm with my colleague, we did not include any capital corporate charge in the test year. That was fully phased out by then. So it's not in the test year or anything forward-looking.
And is the corporate capital charges, was that part of rate base in the previous
revenue requirement? Because it would have been expense. So it would have been part of the revenue requirement, but not part of rate base. So now it's part of rate base directly. And again, if I can refer you to RRU 254, I believe that's the request where we show how that charge was previously calculated and phased out, to show that there was, it's neutral for customers.
Okay. And is it your testimony that that is what would be driving the entire 20 million increase?
It's subject to check. I believe that between that and the projects we discussed earlier that we feel should be more aligned with transmission investment together are the primary drivers of the increase.
Well, I was deducting that when I said the 20 million. Because without that, it would be closer to 30.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and so the corporate capital charge, was that, do you know ballpark what that was on an annual basis?
Let me pull up that data response. It's in there. So in response to RRU 254, in rate year 2019, the charge would have been to UI distribution 20.6 million.
20.6 million.
Yes.
Okay. And that was an expense amount?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to the general plan 391 file? Next item I would like to ask about is the general plant category, office furniture and equipment. And the name may be self-explanatory, but could you all tell me what the company uses to book to this account?
Yes. So, again, thinking back to the age of the FERC uniform system of accounts, 391 would include office furniture, office equipment, but also technology such as computers and servers and those IT related hardware.
Okay, do you know why there'd be a change in this account where it is more than doubled from 2016 to 2021?
This would be another case of the corporate capital charge, since it's related in bulk to our IT works and our facilities works. Now that we've begun the phase out of the corporate capital charge and placing the plant and service directly at each affiliate, those accounts would be the general property series of accounts would be the ones that would see an increase in.
Okay.
I would also mention too that there was a transfer component. So it's not just new capital, it would be the capital at UIL that was previously being recovered via that corporate capital charge. All of that existing historical investment was also reclassified in this time period.
Okay. And the corporate capital charge was essentially UI, paying UIL for the capital that UIL was using on UI's behalf?
Yes.
Okay. And we would start seeing that change in 2021?
Prior to that, it was sort of phased in. So with the corporate capital charge starts to phase out, I believe, in 2020. Is that right, Mr. Hortz?
Yeah, the company's response to OCC 122 lists the actual amount of the corporate capital charge by year, with the 2017 amount being 18.1 million, the 2018 amount being 11.9 million, and then a precipitous drop off in 2019 to less than $1 million.
Okay.
Okay, so apologize for that. I must have quoted the wrong number previously when I gave you the 2020 charge.
And I think RRU 254 provided the amount of corporate capital charge reflected in the company's previous rate case.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So yes, so beginning in 2019 is where we see those investments start to be reclassified, but there were several other, because of the in-flight investments, and as we talked about, investment coming to be used and useful and moving into plant and service, there were several iterations of, the life of those projects being reclassified in 2019, 2020, and then in 2021, we're spending in the new way, in that we're not first spending at UIL, we're spending directly at UI for their portion of any of this sort of what we would have previously thought of as common capital investment for the UIL affiliates.
Okay, and why was that change made?
Well, we looked at what we had some diversity in our practices across our utilities, and we looked at what we thought was the best practices from a efficiency perspective, really, and then also from a reporting perspective. So what we were doing previously was a little bit easier for the project managers, in that they only, had to manage just one purchase order, and then outside of the system, we had these calculations and these allocations maintained, in an Excel workbook, for example. And then we also had the periodic invoicing that we were doing between affiliates. So we eliminated that in favor of a little more of a process at the beginning, in that the project managers are splitting out those expenditures into different purchase orders at the different affiliates that benefit from that capital. But we're eliminating, the outside of the system Excel workbooks and the intercompany invoicing, so the administrative effort related to that. And then we also just have found, from an analysis perspective, it's a little cleaner for management to be able to just drill into a purchase order and look at an invoice when they're trying to understand something that's in rate base at UI, as opposed to previously, you would have had to look at the invoice at UIL and then calculate how much of that belonged to UI and sort of do these outside of the system calculations. So we just felt that this was a best practice. And again, since it was customer neutral, we adopted it.
Okay. Now I'd like to talk about OCC request 157. In request OCC 157, the OCC requested that the company provide a listing of all the projects included in the company's application as plant additions for the interim period and state whether the projects were used and useful. And it also requested that a percentage completion be provided for all projects that were not yet used and useful. Did I paraphrase the request accurately?
Yes.
Okay. And the company responded by providing a narrative response that referred to OCC 157 attachment 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on page 2 of your testimony, Mr. Eves, your rebuttal testimony, you have a footnote in which you state that the OCC testimony, quote, describes the interim period as a period between the test year ended December 31, 2021 and September 1st, 2023, the beginning of rate year 1. Is that accurate?
Subject to check, yes.
Do you want us to bring up your testimony or?
Okay, thank you.
I think it should be in there. Sorry, I might not include that. I think I may have omitted including that on the flash drive accidentally, but we can go subject to check if you'd like, or if you have your testimony available.
You know what, Mr. Paff, we have to take a break, so
Okay.
let's go, we can take a break and maybe the, Mr. Eves can locate his testimony during the break. We're gonna take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back at 3:10. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and resume Gross, please.
Thank you. Mr. Eves, before we went on break, I was asking you about the footnote, I believe it's footnote 1 in your rebuttal testimony, where you state that the OCC testimony described the interim period as the period between the test year ended December 31, 2021 and September 1st, 2023, the beginning of rate year 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does the company define the interim period as the same way? With the same date range?
The interim period is the period between the end of the historical test year and the beginning of the first rate year. So, yes.
Okay. Okay, I was just, I just wasn't sure why there was a footnote saying that the OCC described the interim period as et cetera, versus a footnote that said the interim period is et cetera, et cetera. I just wasn't sure why it was being ascribed to OCC, but it sounds like there was no particular reason for that. That, in other words, the definitions UI is using and OCC is using is the same.
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Hughes, elsewhere in your testimony, and I don't believe we need to bring it up, you noted that the attachment that was provided for OCC 157, attachment 1, provided the final date for the full completion of each project or program, and that while full project or program completion may occur at a later date, only the additions forecasted to be used and useful prior to the end of the interim period were provided in the response to OCC 157. Is that, does that sound like an accurate representation of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So when I read your rebuttal testimony, it implied to me that all projects that have a final completion date that are listed on OCC 157 are actually multi-stage projects that have portions that are used and useful before the date that is listed as the final completion date. Is that accurate?
Repeat that question one more time, Mr. Fabb.
Sure. And I can rephrase if you'd like, but when I read your rebuttal testimony where you stated that this attachment showed the final date for the full completion of each project or program, and that full project or program completion could occur at a later date, and only additions forecasted to be used and useful prior to the end of the interim period were provided. And so what that implied to me is that if a project had a completion date on or after September 1st, 2023, that would necessarily have been a multi-stage project where components of that project were put into service before the final completion date.
So as an example, it would be on line 42 of that spreadsheet, there's a project, Milvon, D, pole loading Milvon right away with a December 2024 completion date. It would be an example of something of what you're talking about with a project completion date beyond that period.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, so in that example, what would be used and useful and what would go into service would be assets. So that as a program, we'd be installing assets that are used and useful to customers. So there might be poles being installed as part of that project that are used and useful at the time they go in. So the entire project does not need to be used and useful. The assets that we're creating in that project are used and useful.
And there are projections that the company made for each one of these. I believe it's 156 projects or programs. So there are 156 projects listed or programs. And for the items that have a quantified amount that's after September 1st, 2023, the company has forecasted this is the amount of the assets that are going to be in service as of September 1st, 2023. Is that accurate?
For all of the projects, we forecast the capital expenditures. And for some projects, there are phased in services of assets. So we develop the associated plant and service forecasts for all of those projects. The schedule you see here, all the projects that have a forecasted in service for either an actual, at the time of the question, or the interrogatory, had an actual in service, plant in service, or a forecasted in service to be completed within that interim period. And so some of those projects, when those plant additions take place, were fully completed. Some are part of programs that are planned and ongoing and occur annually. So we incorporated the actual and the remaining forecast for the interim period for those projects. And then for the others, if they have phases to them in terms of assets being placed into service, we provided that information as well. So these are only the projects that have a plant and service component within the interim period.
Okay. And these amounts would line up with the plant and service, forecast, not the capital expenditure forecast.
Correct. These are the plant and service forecasts only for the period of the interim period. So for the projects with a completion date that extends beyond the interim period, there would be additional plant and services associated with those projects.
And the dates that were used for this would have been, or I should say that this is the plant additions for UI for the period January 1, 2002 through, I shouldn't say through, I guess through August of 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I heard you say 2002. I think you meant 2022.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Okay, can you go to line 5? Across line 5. Thanks. Okay. My next few questions are related to revenue requirement panel rebuttal testimony, pages 6 and 7. And specifically, I want to ask about the error that you all discussed related to the OCC testimony, the ADIT amount. So on page 6, starting at line 3, you begin to describe an error that you say you identified in OCC's testimony related to the OCC's calculation of accumulated deferred income taxes. And on page 7, you provide figure 2, which is what you state as the corrected levels of ADIT. Has the company provided in Discovery its work papers for how it recalculated the OCC ADIT amounts?
I don't believe that we have.
Okay. Is that something we could get as a late filed exhibit?
Of course.
Okay.
Okay, that will be late file exhibit 16, and it's to provide the work papers supporting the calculation of the, what was it, ADIT value?
Yeah, the correction related to the OCC calculation of ADIT.
I'm sorry, what was the OCC reference? Interrogatory.
It could be, go ahead.
I believe it was in the OCC's testimony.
It was.
Okay, thank you.
Just to make sure I understand, you're simply seeking the work papers supporting figure 2 in the revenue requirement rebuttal testimony, which is where we summarize our opinion of the corrected.
That's correct. Yeah. So the underlying calculations.
No problem.
There. Okay. Underlying calculations and whatever source documents are relevant. Yeah. Thanks. Related to figure 2, are the amounts in figure 2 being presented in thousands? Or are those whole dollars? Okay. So while I know UI stated in its testimony that it's not in agreement with OCC's position generally, is it correct to say that the correction you believe is necessary to the OCC position is just to make it mathematically accurate? Again, not that you agree with their premise that it's necessary, but that the adjustment would be a net of figure 1, which is OCC recommended adjustment to average rate base, and figure 2. Is that a fair characterization?
We hadn't thought about it in that way. We, of course, disagree with the OCC's plant-related recommendations, but if they were to be accepted, the result would be a decrease in plant. And our opinion is that there should also be a decrease in ADIT. And that decrease in ADIT would be the amount we presented in figure 2.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in contrast, the OCC's position, as we understand it, is a decrease in plant and an increase in ADIT, meaning both of those work to reduce rate base. So we hadn't thought about it by combining something from figure 1 and figure 2. But hopefully that clarifies.
But ADIT is a reduction to rate base?
It is.
Okay. And so if your correction is to decrease ADIT, correct?
Yes, if the OCC's plant-related recommendations were accepted, and again, we disagree, then the result would be less ADIT for less of a reduction to rate base.
And since it has that one-for-one impact on rate base, would it not be accurate that the netting of figure 1 and figure 2 would be what the company was believing was the mathematically correct position for the OCC? And if you haven't thought about it this way, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, so it's fine saying that.
We think that's generally right. And again, we hadn't thought about it.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to box you in, but that's how I was conceptualizing your argument, and I wanted to clarify that with you.
I think that's fair.
Okay. Could you go to line 6? Okay, my next and last series of questions is related to companies' procurement practices. And I know that some of these, well, we've been given some items that are confidential, but I believe that I will be able to ask my questions without going into any confidential information. In the request to RRU 351, the company was asked to provide planned and actual, the company was asked to provide leasing and bulk purchases over $75,000 made during the test year. And in this request, the company was also asked for references to the procurement practices of the company, as well as evidence of adherence to those procurement practices. Did I accurately characterize or paraphrase that question?
It seems accurate.
Okay. The company provided in its narrative response, if you can scroll down just to the next page, yeah, right around there. The company provided a narrative response that describes how there are 3 different types of purchases. One-off purchases, call-off purchases, and PAO purchases, which are payment authorization orders. Is that correct? Okay.
This is an interrogatory response that was provided by 2 folks from the procurement team who we had expected to be providing support to the O&M panel, which comes up later in the process.
Okay, I'm fine.
Yeah,
for my questions until then.
So I think the detail might be better saved for that, but if there's more general questions regarding procurement and such, we can give those a shot right now.
I'm fine waiting if you're going to have the individuals that could respond directly to the question. I think that would be more efficient. I'm going to be here for that panel.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure. And those conclude my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Capozzi?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Good afternoon, panel. First, Mr. Eves, regarding your update on RRU 346, is that right?
Correct.
I could not find the attachment 1 filed with us.
Mr. Capozzi, we identified that as well, and the company did file that this morning in
Okay.
preparation for today's hearing. We apologize for the delay, but it was not included with the January filing of the response.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to return to the company's response to OCC 157, attachment 1 for a few questions. Let me know when you're ready. Ready?
There.
So recognizing, following on the discussion that was just had regarding this response, and recognizing the distinction that some projects are ongoing, some projects are complete, some projects may be partially complete with those portions being in service. Is there any way to tell from this filing what projects or portions of projects were in service? And so essentially what of these amounts in column C, what of those amounts were in services of the company's filing of the rate application? Maybe that was a strange question. Let me ask another question first. Is there any way to tell from this document when the plant that is in service already and the plant that's forecast to be in service, what months of what year they'll be in service?
So column C is a combination of actuals plus forecast.
Okay. So I guess I'd like to request a late file if the company can identify which costs for each project were in services of the filing of the rate application, or a supplement to this, if that's more appropriate, Chairman.
Let's do late file exhibit 17. And can you remind me what interrogatory?
OCC 157 attachment 1.
Slate file 17, does the company have any questions about the request?
Can you please clarify, you would like the actuals only prior to the date of the filing and not to the current date?
That's correct.
In terms of actuals, that was rate base or
Plant and service.
plant service?
Plant and service.
Plant service.
Thank you. So I'd like to start with the company's proposal for vegetation management, specifically UPZ. So does the company, first a very general question, does the company classify its UPZ program, utility protection zone program, as a reliability or resilience program, or both? Or neither?
It was conceived after the 2011-12 storms as a resiliency program. It does provide day-to-day and storm reliability benefits as well, but in its conception, it was a resiliency program to limit the long-term impact of severe weather.
And when you say it was conceived, you mean the company conceived it, or the authority conceived it? Who conceived it as a resilience program?
There were long discussions about that program during the two-storm panel and then in our 2013 rate case.
Okay. You would not, I don't want to ask a double negative. You would not consider it neither a reliability or resilience program though, correct? It's one or both. Is it fair to, let me ask this question. Is it fair to characterize it as both a reliability and resilience program right now in its current proposal?
Again, I believe it was conceived and the reason for it coming into being was the long duration outages that occurred after the 3 storms we had in the 2011 timeframe. Absent that, I don't believe it would have come into being. I think our blue sky reliability, was performing near target levels. It was the expectation and the desire to reduce the long duration outages that spawned the spec and the program.
Okay.
And the result of that has been, however, improving reliability. And I think it's a key element of why our performance over the last 10 years has been improving year over year.
Okay, thanks. So if it's a key element of why your reliability has been performing, is it then also a key element of your reliability, overall reliability program?
It is a key element of our reliability performance, yes.
Of the reliability program? I don't want to, we don't need to go back and forth too much about this, but my point is, trying to understand where the company places its UPZ program within its planning.
Again, I see it as a resiliency program that is driving significant day-to-day reliability benefits.
Okay, thanks. So I want to ask a few questions first about how the company. So first, which staff are involved in the implementation, in the field work of implementation of the UPZ program? So the company has arborists that perform the work, correct? And are they all internal employees, or do you contract for them?
Well, we have a manager of vegetation management, Mr. Kleza, who's joined me here today. With Mr. Kleza, we have arborists in our organization, and then the vegetation management is typically done by contract staff.
Okay, contract clearance crews?
Correct.
Okay. Typically or always done by?
Always.
Okay. And what percentage of the budget is for the contract crews? And ballpark figure is totally fine.
It would be a high percentage.
Meaning, could we be a little more precise than that?
Okay. Approximately 75% would go to the actual cutting, 25% would go to the police and the other elements that need to be paid for to execute the program.
Okay. And so with the current contract crew, so UI has current contracts with companies that do this work currently?
Correct.
Okay. What's the time frame for the current contracts? When did they, for example, when was the initial bidding process, and when do the contracts expire?
We have been working on annual contracts, but right now we're working on 3-year contracts, typically lump sum.
Okay. So you have an annual contract right now in place?
We have annual contracts with
each
the vendors.
Okay.
For a specific scope of work typically.
And so generally for different contractors, that process may not, is there a bidding process for that?
Yes.
Okay. But they take place at different times, or the bidding process?
Yes.
Okay. So how does that work?
Perhaps we should swear Mr. Kleza so that he can respond a little bit to the detail of what occurs in the vegetation management area.
Yeah, yeah, we have Mr. Kleza here, Mr. Capozzi, if that would facilitate, because he's closest to some of the detailed questions you're asking.
Okay, that's fine with me. Chairman?
Okay, if you can identify
Sure.
full name and I
Yes.
will swear him in.
Thank you, Chair Gillette. Mr. Kleza, if you could just kind of get yourself situated and close to a microphone. Could you please state your full name and position for the record, please?
Kyle Kleza, Manager of Vegetation Management.
Thank you. Would that can he be sworn?
Absolutely. Mr. Khaleesi, if you can raise your right hand, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kleza, just to orient everyone, can you state what, as part of what are your duties in your position with the company?
I oversee the vegetation management program for UI. I oversee our internal staff and our contractors.
Okay. And were you involved in assisting Mr. Eves in preparing information in this case relating to the UPZ program?
I was.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, when the company bids, how does it work when you have contractors on different timeframes for contracts? How does the bidding process itself work, or multiple processes work?
Our contractors are on the same time frame. and we reinstate the contract if needed, as a new contract is being bid.
Okay, so does the company bid out only to the current contractors it currently has, or?
No, we opened, the RFP to many qualified contractors.
Okay, thank you. Now, are these contracts, are they, I'll call it a time and materials based contract? Does that terminology make sense?
It does make sense. They're a combination of lump sum and time and material. The majority of the contract is lump sum.
Okay, can you explain what the terms, general term, how a lump sum might differ than a time and material contract?
The lump sum is based on the circuit level work. They'll give us a cost for that circuit, all included except for traffic control.
I see. So a time and material then is the contractor gives you an hourly rate for the crews and their equipment?
That's correct.
Okay. How long have you been implementing the lump sum process?
We've been implementing that. I believe it's been a few years now.
2 years, okay. Which type of contract is most common in the industry for these types of crews? Do you know?
You see a combination of both.
Okay. So in terms of the lump sum, what are you mentioned the contractor agrees to complete a circuit, so that's it's literally a circuit, a certain number of miles. Is there any other sort of any other units that they agree to complete?
It's at the circuit level.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'd like an exact date. So you said it's been a few years since the company started implementing a lump sum bidding process or contract process. Before that, was it always time and materials?
Before that, it was time and material.
Okay. I'd like an exact date if you could provide it when the company first bid for the lump sum and then entered into agreement with the contractors.
We can do that.
Is that something that can be read in, or do we need a late file?
I was gonna ask Mr. Kleza, is that, how quickly can we obtain that versus, is that something we could have, say, by tomorrow, to read that in?
We can.
So we'll do a read in.
Okay, I think we're up to read in C, if I'm not mistaken.
For the lump sum contracts, what are the terms, the agreement is for a certain circuit. How do you enforce that work was done?
We have arborists that oversee that work for quality.
Okay, so when do they do it? During the work, after it's complete?
They review it as it's being worked and then do a final review as well.
Okay, have contractors come back and said, hey, I wasn't able to complete the circuit according to the original budget, and then asked for a change? Has that happened?
We have had contractors do that, yes.
And then what has the company done in those instances?
We've worked with those contractors and our others to complete the work.
By increasing the funding for the contractors, how have you accomplished the work?
We haven't increased funding for a specific contractor. We've taken work from one contractor and given it to another.
Okay. Under the time and materials base contract, that was the primary? I think I asked that question. Under that, how do you oversee that the work gets done?
Same. On a daily basis, we work with our contractors and review the work.
Okay. And what sort of policies or provisions do you have in place if, for example, an arborist noticed that the work's not, slower than UI had anticipated? What would the arborist do or UI do at that point?
Again, we work with our contractors on a daily basis. We have weekly meetings with them. We review the work. We go over it with them and we set our expectations and follow through with that.
Okay. Do you find that one contract type over another provides sort of more certainty over the amount of work accomplished and the associated budget?
I think the current ratio works well. We're doing 95% lump sum with a small portion of T&M to give us a little flexibility.
Okay. That's all. Those are all the questions I have on contractor bidding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'd like to turn to the company's response to OCC 606.
I'm there.
Okay, thanks. So in here, the company estimates that the second pass of UPZ on its three-phase system will cost approximately $58,600 per mile. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that's the estimate the company uses when developing its second pass forecast?
Correct.
Okay. And is this cost identical or similar to the costs the company's estimating and using for its plan for the first pass of the remaining UPZ? I think single phase portions.
It's a composite.
It's a composite cost that was developed in the first pass. We have completed the first pass and are beginning the second on the three phase. And then we have about 50% of the single phase remaining as well.
So my question is, remind me what the cost estimate per mile the company was using for the remaining single phase first pass portion.
I have that 1 second. I just have to look it up. That one value that we just gave. So we've used the blended rate for the single and three phase, and as we completed the first pass of the three phase and half of the single phase, we've used that experience to develop that blended rate.
So this amount is less than the first pass of the three phase.
Our first pass average cost was around 60,000. And right now the blended rate is 57.5.
And so the blended rate is the blended rate of the first pass of the three phase and the first pass of the single phase?
Oh, yeah, the remaining single phase. The remaining.
Second pass, three phase, remaining single phase, yes.
So these costs are, what was the, I'm confused. So what is the company using for the first pass? What is the company using for the first pass of the remaining single phase?
It's a blended. It's the 57.
So that's the 58,600. Okay. So you have to remind me then, or explain to me what the first pass of the three-phase, what that's blended with to get down to the 58,600. That's where I'm confused.
So we can use the actual experiments.
So the basis of the forward-looking estimate was the actual experience we have had, with the knowledge that in the first pass, the work associated with the second pass of the three-phase could potentially be slightly less than the first pass.
Okay.
So we've used that knowledge to temper the remaining estimate for the future work.
Okay, thanks. So why, so my question is, why is it only slightly less if you've already revisited these? Is it because, I want to get at that, why it's only slightly less? Is it because, in some cases, many years or up to 8 years or so has passed, and so the vegetation has grown back in that time?
Well, the first pass was designed to do roughly half of the work of the removals and trimming. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Sure. Yeah, the first pass is exactly what Mr. Eves said. We removed half the trees that we intend to remove and pruned everything back 8 feet ground to sky. We intend to go back on the second pass and remove those remaining trees and also remove that regrowth that happened in the last 8 years.
The removal of those trees on the first pass were for UPZ spec clearance?
They were.
Okay. And so the trees that were not removed were trimmed or were potentially still impinging on the UPZ spec?
Some of the trees that were not removed are still impeding on the UPZ spec.
And they were as of the time of the trimming, the initial trimming?
The trees that were left for removal on the second pass were pruned to a maintenance specification, 8, 10, 15, to buy us time for that second pass.
Okay. In the first pass, did the company identify or plan to identify and remove hazardous trees outside of the UPZ spec?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So that's not a new component of this second pass?
It's not.
Okay. So now I want to ask about the UPZ maintenance program. So the company seems to describe this as an interim program that will eventually transition to or become or end, at which point a basic 4-year maintenance trimming cycle will be implemented. Is that a reasonable way to think about it?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we also think then about the UPZ maintenance program as not as an interim program, but as an implementation of a 4-year maintenance trimming just for certain portions of the system?
That's correct as well.
Okay. If the company were to transition to full 4-year maintenance trimming, using the company's estimated $25,000 per mile cost, what would the annual cost be for completing, 1/4 of the system?
I expect once we were on a 4-year cycle-based program, that cost would be cut in half.
No, my question was, what would the annual expense be to complete 4-year maintenance trimming on 1/4 of the company system?
So that'd be 25,000 a mile times.
Doing some quick math.
Sure.
So to clarify the question, Mr. Capozzi, you're asking if we were to trim a 1/4 of UI system to the maintenance spec we've identified, what would the cost be?
Yeah, let me rephrase. If the company, in the scenario where the company were to complete UPZ and transition to the 4-year maintenance trimming cycle, at that point,
Once the UPZ spec is implemented
That's right.
completely, okay. What would be the cost
That's right.
for a quarter of the system? The annual cost then essentially? And how'd you calculate that? Okay. So our estimate for doing that work, once the UPZ spec is completely implemented, would be 15,000 a mile times, you said 700? Times 700 miles, which would give us about $10.5 million.
Okay, thanks. Why is the company using a $15,000 per mile for that and but a $25,000 per mile for the maintenance UPZ?
Because the growth at that point would be limited to the 4-year cycle that you've achieved.
But isn't the maintenance UPZ attempting to follow the same, isn't it already addressing?
When we go back to those areas, they haven't been trimmed for 8 years. So the growth associated with that 8-year period is what we'd have to address.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to turn to RSR 84 attachment 1, please.
There.
So I want to ask just a few questions about the reliability maintenance vegetation management program. So this is not part of the UPZ program, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain the purpose of this program?
The purpose of this program is to address the circuits that have already been UPZ'd to full UPZ clearance, which would be the majority of our single phase line, and to tie that in with the second pass of the 3-phase, giving it a temporary 8-year cycle, aligning the single phase and 3-phase so that following the UPZ program, it's an easier transition into a 4-year cycle for the entire circuit.
Okay, thank you. Does the company have a program to address emergent tree contacts? Is that included in one of these?
Mr. Capozzi, just a point of clarification. That previous question, was that on the reliability maintenance element of this?
Yeah, the reliability maintenance.
Okay. Yeah, something he was talking about. 1 million a year. I'm sorry, we need to clarify that previous response. So the reliability maintenance program, the 1 million a year is what?
Right. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes. So my question is in regards to the reliability maintenance program. Is this program a part of the UPZ program?
It is not.
Okay. So then what is the purpose of this program?
This program does address hazard trees, the third-party requests.
Okay. Does the company also identify any contacts as it's doing inspections and resolve them through this program?
It does.
Okay. Do you track the number of incidents that you resolve using this program?
We do.
Okay. So assuming the UPZ specification is implemented going forward and maintained throughout the system, would you expect that the result would to result in a decrease, some level of decrease to this program?
We do.
Okay. Do you think that would even decrease to the point of going away entirely or removing the necessity of this program entirely?
I think there would still be requests, but if we were able to achieve UPZ spec, 8 feet ground to sky across the entire system, that would, significantly reduce the number of limbs that would impinge on our facilities and those requests.
Okay. The number, so this program addresses, you said, customer requests for tree trimming?
That's correct.
Okay, and also if you're identifying tree contacts
Correct.
on the system, do you know which one is more frequent? Which situation you're addressing is more?
Customer request.
Okay. And those trees from the customer request are in the public right of way, they're on private property?
Combination of both.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I believe there was an exhibit showing carrying charges for the proposed UPZ program. I can't recall which one that was. But I would like I guess I would like, this is probably not an update to that. I would like an exhibit, a late file with an exhibit showing carrying charges for the proposed UPZ program for the rate years. And even up to the proposed conclusion of the UPZ program, which I think is 2029 or 2028 or 2029, using the weighted average cost of capital, separate one using long-term debt, another one using short-term debt, and another one using prime rate. Should I repeat?
Yeah.
Could you
Yeah, if you could just run through that list one more
Yeah,
time. I got
sure.
weighted average cost of capital.
Yep, long-term debt, short-term debt, and prime rate.
Okay. So that's late file exhibit 18. And if we can, for the WAC, long-term debt, short-term debt, and prime rate, if we could just be clear about the assumptions that the company is using for those values.
Can I ask one clarifying question? Our proposed capital structure includes just common equity and long-term debt. Do you have a particular preference for where we get a short-term debt cost from?
The company has used short-term debt, correct? Can we use the average of the short-term debt over the past 3 years?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question, sort of changing gears, but a little bit. So in the company's response to RSR 11 attachment 2, the company provided an analysis of certain resilience programs pursuant to the authority's decision in docket 17-1203 RE08. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the company include in that analysis its vegetation management, its UPZ program?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. So I want to actually transition to company's resilience programs. So my first question, the general question, does the company agree that when it's developing its resilience plan, it should consider all its resilience needs, meaning needs to mitigate floods, storm tree damage, extreme weather events, consider all needs and all appropriate measures to mitigate those, and consider all of those as a whole across its whole system?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. There's one reason to do that is to sort of find a set of programs to improve the resilience of the company system in a reasonable and fair manner for the company and for its customers.
So in looking at the system holistically, I think, the system operates together, so looking at the system as a whole makes sense. I think our submittal here, represents the incremental resilience work that we're proposing. So there are two core elements in that. One is this proposal. The second is the automation that are incremental new resilience efforts that we put forth. We have completed the study of the automation program just recently here using the RE08 framework that we can submit as a late file. The UPZ program, the coastal substation flood mitigation are programs that were conceived and begun based on prior efforts, prior needs, and are well underway. At this point, we have not evaluated them using this framework. As we look to the future, that may be something that makes sense. But as of this point, we've done it for the two incremental programs we've proposed.
I'd like to turn to that analysis that's provided in RSR 11 attachment 2, please.
I'm there.
Okay. Forgive me, I'm not. Okay. So first, this is, I think, spelled out in multiple locations in this, but the analysis was done using conservative, the word conservative is used a lot, conservative assumptions, meaning where there's uncertainty about a benefit or other things, the report assumed a lesser benefit, for example. Is that correct?
I would characterize it that way, yes.
Okay. When the company looked at the costs of the programs included in here, I think the report states that the costs were used with a tolerance of -50 to +200%. Is that correct?
The estimates were created using techniques that would result in that level of accuracy. We did not do, full field engineering. It was they were planning grade estimates.
And the assumptions for the cost, so the assumptions represented in here for example, when calculating the cost benefit analysis, that was using not factoring in the 200% or the -50% contingency, though. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just the baseline cost.
It was based on the baseline expected cost.
Okay. So the company identified 9 circuits. How many distribution circuits does the company have?
On the order of 400.
Okay. I think you mentioned the company did not include coastal flooding projects currently underway in this analysis.
Correct. Those coastal flooding projects, if I take you back to Sandy,
sorry, go ahead.
The floodplains that those coastal substations were built to represented the FEMA standards or prior to that event. I was in our control room that day with Doug Glavatsky from the state on the phone as Sandy came up the coast. It was expected to approach Connecticut around midnight. At around mid-afternoon as the tide came up, the expectation was that the floodwaters would get to 14 feet. Our substation control rooms, some of them were at 10 feet. So that storm made a left turn into the coast of New Jersey and spared us, just on the edge. But that potential exists, so those projects are underway. We've got interim measures in place to protect us now, but long-term solutions that are well underway and will be implemented within the next couple of years.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so that was Storm Sandy you're referring to?
Correct.
And so So if we're looking at the table, the figure down at the bottom, figure 3.2, do you know what portion of those were due to flooding? The flooding at the Quantic substation or any other substations?
We opened Pequantic substation, Congress substation proactively during that event.
Do you remember, or do you know what portion of those?
We have that
Let's
record.
see.
I don't have it
Okay.
off the top of my head.
Is it, do you know ballpark if it's a sort of a large contribution?
Well, it's kind of a compound issue because Sandy did wreak havoc on the circuits themselves. So the substation was open. There were downstream outages as well that once we got the substations back energized, still had to be dealt with. So we took out a chunk of customers for a short period of time until the floodwaters receded, re-energized the substations. But when we did that, there were still customers that were out on those circuits.
Okay. Did you have any issues with flooding caused outages in Tropical Storm Isaias?
We did not.
Okay.
Now, Sandy was unique. It was shoving water down. It came on a trajectory that pushed the water down the funnel of Long Island Sound. Had a greater impact in New York. They did have substations that flooded in New York City because of the funnel effect. Isaias was slightly different in that dynamic. And another key consideration is the timing of the tide.
Okay, thanks. Would it have been possible to derive the cost benefits of the company's flood mitigation programs and include it in this report? My question is, it would have been possible to do the analysis for those projects? It's consistent with the ones done here.
It's an effort that could be undertaken.
You would use, so for example, in Superstorm Sandy, how many customers, when you had to disconnect that substation for how long. And you could also project, is that correct?
I think in terms of analysis like this, we could project if we were to have a storm and we could use Superstorm Sandy as the planning scenario, what impact that would have if it continued up the coast and impacted us at high tide with driving winds down the sound at midnight, coincident with high tide. What impact that would have, what the duration of those outages might be, and then what benefit. This analysis would then look at the societal impact of that and calculate the benefit in terms of the cost.
Okay, thanks. And then also you mentioned the step down bank removal programs were not included in this analysis either. Is that correct?
Correct. Those ongoing programs that were non-incremental were not included, but an analysis could be undertaken to look at that as well.
Okay. When you say those are ongoing programs, are they, but they're unique locations of the company systems, right? Is that correct?
Yes, unique step down bank locations with aging infrastructure downstream of them. Those were put in place to leverage the remaining life in areas where the assets downstream of certain places in a 4 kV substation that we were converting still had sufficient remaining life. We would hang a step down bank and leverage the life of those assets. Many of those have now gotten to the point where, from an end of life perspective, they should be replaced. So that analysis, I think, would be a projection of if we left it, when would those assets deteriorate to the point where failures would increase, and what would the cost to society be as a result of that?
Okay. So those programs, that sounds like a reliability need that's being met and less of a resilience need?
Well, the resilience concept with the step down banks is one, the aging infrastructure issue, and two, the ability to back those circuits up from another direction. So embedded in that outage calculation would be the fact that these are typically pockets of 4 kV, which can't be backed up. So the solution to the outage needs to be fixing the problem, not switching from another direction and restoring customers quickly. In typical outages, we can restore the majority of customers through switching from another direction.
Does the company, in all of the proposed And all the proposed step down bank removal projects, does the company, is it including in there circuit ties?
For the ones that can accommodate it, yes. So some are small ones that are radial at the ends, but a number of them have tie capability.
Does the company know, do any in the rate years not accommodate? The company plans to implement in the rate years not accommodate circuit ties?
That's something I'll have to look at. I'm not 100% sure if they all have ties.
Do any of the 9 circuits analyzed in this report include step down banks proposed for removal?
We were looking at the worst performing, well, I'm sorry, a factor in the selection of these was worst performing amongst other variables. We were really looking at the economic impact of improving the performance of those circuits and what it would mean to customers through different solutions that provided different levels of benefit. So from undergrounding, a very costly, high impact solution to other solutions, and tried to contrast and compare the different benefits and the when you compare that to the societal benefit that it created. And not looking at, the utility savings, but the savings to customers from not having the outages.
Okay, thanks. So could the company have performed a similar analysis with the step down bank removal projects proposed as was done here for avoided costs of restoration and avoided customer interruption costs?
So again, the decision REOA was final on August 31st. We filed the case on September 9th. We undertook these assessments for the incremental resiliency programs. The existing ones we could look at and duplicate a similar analysis for those programs.
Can we turn to RSR 11 attachment 1, please?
I'm there.
Okay. So if I'm looking at each individual project or circuit here, and the data that was provided, the first row of data provides all-in SAFE or all-in SAIDI, which is includes major storms, correct?
Correct.
Is that a rolling average or is that a 1-year data?
Subject to check, it would have been a rolling average, is what we would typically use in that for an
Okay,
analysis.
4-year rolling average or something else?
Subject to check. I'll get that specific answer in a moment here.
Okay. So these SAIDI numbers, these all-in SAIDI numbers seem low to me. They're in hours. But if you convert them to minutes, which is personally something I'm more familiar with reviewing because of that's typically how the company provides the data. If we look at the first circuit, I see the all-in SAIDI as 0.32 minutes or 0.32 hours, which is roughly 19 and a half minutes.
Agreed, you would translate to that to 19 minutes.
So there must be other circuits with higher all-in system SAIDI. That would be reasonable, right?
So the circuits that we looked at a variety of factors, one of which was reliability performance, but there were other variables that drove the selection.
What other variables controlled the selection? Were they the ones listed in these tables?
The
or
ones
other
listed in these tables, correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have on resilience. Let's turn. I want to turn now to the company's reliability, general capital project plan. So in company's response to RSR 88, the company performed an affordability analysis on its
correct
reliability program. Did the company include vegetation management or UPZ, specifically UPZ program costs in that analysis?
No, the calculation requested in that in the RE08 docket look back at the previous 10 years of historical Capex to define the affordability criteria.
What index did the company use to escalate the?
We use the Handy Whitman index, which is an index that's targeted toward utility construction.
Okay, since vegetation management expenses are typically vegetation management work are typically maintenance type expenses, would that be an appropriate escalator for those, and if
I think there would be an appropriate escalator for those in the index.
The Handy Whitman index for vegetation management expenses? Right. Okay. When the company escalates its own vegetation management, what does it use the Handy Whitman index or no? Does it use another?
Typically use the Handy Whitman index when you're trying to bring previous costs to current dollars. That has been the application I've used it in typically.
But you could easily use it for it would be appropriate to use for potentially for that purpose for operations and maintenance expenses.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn to the company's response to OCC 446, attachment 1, page 15 of 27.
I'm sorry, OCC 56?
446.
446.
Attachment 1.
OCC 446, attachment 1. Okay. I'm there. And I'm sorry, you said page 15?
15 of 27.
On there.
So 15 of 27, we see a description of the worst performing circuits process. Is this, my question is this consistent with the authority's decision in docket 17-1203 RE08 regarding the new guidance on the worst performing circuits identification?
No, and we are in the process of doing that work for the TDRP submittal that will come up in March. Looking at the CME and C-lid circuits, tier 1.
Okay. I want to turn down to page 23 of 27.
Okay.
And apologies, there may have been a better exhibit showing this. But I wanted to discuss company's governance process for its capital investments. So my first question, so I'm looking at the chart, and in that chart, we see a summary of the sort of technical and financial planning process for the company's capital investment projects. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I see a number of stages, and I want to step through each stage. So stage IP1 is called the origination stage. What's in the documentation? So at this stage for a specific project, if it's in stage IP1.
Right, so the stages in this in this diagram, we administer an approval process, and it's through our we refer to it as our PPM system. So in the IP1 origination phase, it is project information relative to the project description, the expected benefits of the project, information about the financials at that point in time for the estimates. There's other information relative to project sponsorship, business area ownership that helps to facilitate approvals.
Okay, and when it reaches the end of this stage and is ready to proceed on to the next stage, whose final approval is required at this stage to move it on?
Right, so in order for a project to be included within the capital plan, it has to have this IP1 stage approval. And so it is each individual business area will issue their initial approval to get it into the preliminary development of the plan. And then throughout our annual development of the capital plan, it is reviewed and vetted through the various business areas and leadership of the company.
Okay. So does in that I didn't hear you. Does it include the need, like some sort of system need in the documentation in that stage?
There is a need at that point. Typically for an electric project, it would be refined further beyond that, as part of the IP2 documentation development.
Okay, and the IP2 stage, it's called the technical stage. So here, I see it says the company has to demonstrate need and rationale, consideration of alternatives. So how does that differ from stage IP1? What's new and included in that stage?
Yeah, at that point, the company would have conducted a comprehensive needs assessment and solution analysis and evaluated various alternatives to address the need and identified the optimal solution for moving forward.
Okay, and that information would have been documented in this stage?
Yeah, that information at IP2 is reviewed through the system review group.
And at this point, are these projects included in the company's capital program?
They are included within the plan, yes.
Okay. But projects currently in the IP1 stage are not in the company's capital plan?
They are included within the plan as well.
Okay. So I thought I heard you say they have to be approved. They have to have IP1 approval to be included in the plan.
Correct. If they're IP1 approved, they're
Okay.
included within the plan.
So if they're IP1, I don't know what the phrase would be. But if they're-
Unapproved.
Yeah, unapproved.
They would not be, internally we refer to them as ideas at that point.
Okay, and they would not
It's an
be in the
idea.
company's capital plan.
Correct.
And then the IP3 stage, the financial execution stage. What type of approval, who makes the approval to proceed out of the technical stage and into this financial execution stage?
Right, so the IP2 approval is issued through what I mentioned before as the system review group. And after that approval takes place, when the project is ready to move forward and spend company funds, it must obtain IP3 approvals before it can do so.
Before
it can spend company funds.
Okay. And I imagine these IP2 and IP3. Well, let me move on to IP4 first. So in IP4, I'm assuming all projects don't necessarily go through IP4 stage.
Correct.
That's correct. Only ones that have changes based on that are outside certain tolerances.
Correct.
That's
If there's changes relative to scope, schedule, or financial tolerances.
Okay, what are those tolerances for those items?
For the financial tolerances, it's for projects that total over $200,000. If there's a change in more than 10% in the total project cost, there's also a tolerance relative to change of 10% or $1 million, the lesser of the two. Or there's a tolerance for shifting of funds between years above, I'd have to check, I believe $500,000 between years in the forecast.
So that shifting of funds indicates delays essentially, or?
There could be a number of drivers for it, but those require, review by the committee.
Okay. And I imagine, and the company keeps documentation for that stage and all those changes as well?
Yes.
Okay. I imagine the IP2 to IP4, IP3, IP4, might be an iterative process too, or?
Yes, that's correct. Particularly between IP3 to IP4. So IP4 captures the changes.
Okay. And IP5 is the stage when the project is complete. That's right?
Correct.
So all projects that are in service should then be at that stage? Or have IP5 approval? That's the right terminology?
There could be project closeout work relative to as-built documentation, things like that.
Okay, and maybe ongoing projects where a portion of the project is complete, may not, so the overall project may not be an IP5 stage.
Yeah, in the instance of a program, things like that.
Sure, okay. And do all capital projects go through this process, or is there a threshold at which certain ones go through?
Yes, all capital projects go through this process. The IP2 phase is specific only to electric infrastructure projects, so system projects. And the levels of approval required at different stages may vary based upon the total project cost.
How many active, I don't know what the right word is. How many active projects do the company have that are currently in, IP2 through IP4 stages?
I would need to
at this point
to check that.
Hundreds or thousands or?
Hundreds.
Okay, hundreds. Projects proposed for the rate years. So projects proposed for rate year 1, what stage would they be in? Would they be in stage IP1?
They They could be in any of the stages with the exception of IP5.
Okay, they could be an IP1.
Correct.
Okay. So I thought I heard projects incomplete,
IP1 approved. So,
IP1 approved. Okay.
so yes, so when I'm referring to which stage they're in, it's which stage of approval they have received.
Okay.
So
Is it possible, would it be relatively easy to get that information on how many projects you have currently in the IP2 through complete, IP1 complete, but in, ongoing in IP2 through IP4? Is that something you could easily obtain?
so all of the projects in those statuses would be within the current plan.
Okay.
So it would be the projects that
Ties 1-to-1 to each individual project?
Could you clarify?
You're saying each individual project in the company's plan will have its own distinct set of documents in this IP process, and it ties 1-to-1?
They would have their own approvals that have gone through this process documented in our system.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Well, so for rate year 1, how many projects do you know? Do you know for the projects proposed for rate year 1? Do you know how many would have have documentation for this? Like when I say documentation, would be somewhere in this process.
All of the projects would be somewhere in this process.
Yeah. Okay. 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 Thank you. So I have a general question about reliability. Is it fair to describe that a key reliability, and I believe I read this in a company's testimony or response to interrogatory, that a key reliability planning principle for the company is to replace equipment before it fails to protect public safety and improve reliability? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And rephrase or correct me if I'm missing something. And correct me if I'm wrong, but in responding to an interrogatory, the company was asked to provide a cost-benefit analysis for certain infrastructure replacement programs or other reliability programs. And the company stated it's difficult to do that, especially if your goal is to replace before the infrastructure fails. That's correct? Okay.
The statement I agreed to a second ago, Mr. Capozzi, let me clarify that. So those infrastructure replacement programs that we execute, I believe that their primary role is to ensure public and employee safety. So we're inspecting our assets, and I'll use poles as an example. We're digging down on those poles. We're looking at the effective ground line circumference, the strength at the ground line, and we're placing them before failure. In general, if we're doing our job, we're getting to all of those before they ever fail, before they have a reliability impact. So those programs are built and established for that purpose. We do have assets that fail at times, but the primary focus of those infrastructure replacement programs is to manage the risk to employee and public safety.
Okay.
An outcome of that is very good reliability, and in general, our assets don't fail on a significant basis unless they're impacted by other things like trees, because we have executed those programs with this body's support for a long period of time.
Okay, thank you. Can we turn to OCC 467, attachment 1?
I'm there.
So this is the company's liability report filed in 2022, and I'm on page 28. This is appendix 1. Um,
Sorry, page 20 of appendix 1 or of the
but just appendix 1, I think, which is 2 pages. So the first, and I think they're identical. So the first page of appendix 1. So I think you just mentioned, Mr. Reeves, that from time to time, some equipment fails before replacement. And I think this table reflects some of those historically. Is that correct?
Sorry, the page numbering seems to be a little different in the document I'm looking at. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Capozzi, repeat the question one more time.
So the company tracks and records all outages, and then they're reported. And then when you track that data, you record the date of the interruption, the duration, location.
Yes.
Okay. And here you report also on the cause.
Correct.
Okay. And actually, I want to go back with the company's UPZ program in your testimony. Do you recall you were outlining a reduction in number of tree caused outages? For did you get that data from was that data collected? I mean, is this the same data that you relied on there? If I'm looking down on the wood product decay failure, or no, I'm sorry, if I'm looking on the trees row.
I was referring to the general trend in our reliability performance over a long period of time, dating back to 15 years ago that was demonstrated in my testimony, CJE1.
So that data would have been outage data with a cause of tree cause. Is that correct?
A general reduction in our safety values over that period of time.
But I thought there was also you relayed a reduction in tree number of tree caused incidents or outages.
Correct. So the impact of the UPZ program, I believe the work that we have done to date by establishing the UPZ spec on half of the 3-phase and half of the single phase has resulted in a reduction in tree related outages that we otherwise would have had we not done that program. Correct.
Okay. So I don't see among these categories storm cause outages. So is it fair to assume that those are storm caused ones, if they happened, would be embedded in one of these other causes? Or is
I'm sorry. I'm trying to determine if this is the non-storm table in the report.
Okay.
This is not storm. This is not. This table includes non-storm outages, so you're looking at non-storm here.
Storms are separated?
Correct.
Okay. If you were to include storms, would you have a separate line item, or would they be embedded?
We would have a table that would include the storm impact in those causes.
Okay. Okay. So I want to just step through some of these causes to get a sense on what type of incident might be included. So can you describe what accident? The first one is accident.
That's a motor vehicle accident, so that is someone driving into one of our poles.
Animal contact.
That would be a squirrel getting on top of a transformer and making contact between ground and an energized portion of the.
And you have reliability programs designed to prevent outages from animal contact?
we have what we call animal guards that are installed on our devices to try to limit that.
Okay. And what capital program category would that fall under?
What's that? Yeah. We did execute an animal guard program a couple of years back, subject to check. I believe that was incorrect of reliability. And then any new transformer we're installing has those animal guards on it, so that, it's an ongoing element to our reliability based on the materials and standards we employ.
Okay, thank you. Conductor problem?
So a conductor problem could have been corrosion in a conductor. So if there's a splice that connects two conductors together and water and some electrolyte infiltrated it, you may have a failure that our line workers, upon responding, would designate that cause.
Okay, thank you. You have reliability programs or other capital programs or maintenance programs that would address that and minimize those types of outages?
At this point, we do not have a program specifically addressing that, but that is something we are considering.
But aging infrastructure or infrastructure replacement programs would presumably replace that, or
So a program like that would be to do some forensics on exactly what is happening, identify the types of assets that may be causing the issue, and then we would identify a replacement program, an inspection program first to drive it, and then a replacement program to address the impacts.
that would be a retroactive kind of program, capital program?
I would kind of term it as a proactive program. So you would see increasing failures, you would diagnose the cause of it, and identify that, hey, there's a specific thing that is occurring here that we think is going to either continue, and that's at an unacceptable level, or it's going to accelerate. Therefore, we're going to address it proactively by trying to get to them before they fail.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, your capital programs would use information learned from, for example, inspection programs, your maintenance inspection programs that might identify this or might identify other causes of outage, and then you would develop a program in response.
Correct.
And that program in response would fall under one of your capital program categories?
Correct.
Okay. And this would fall under a specific, it would be considered a reliability type program, correct?
I think you would look at the consequences of what is occurring. I mean, if conductors are failing, given my scenario, there's a public safety impact to that as well. And I think you raise a good point. This table you're looking at here is in the context of a 0.44 safety, right? So it's percentages of a relatively small number. So the decision to look at reliability improvement, to these causes, I think is something that the REO 8 addressed, right? Is this something that we want to improve? Or is this the baseline level of failures that we would expect, given the spending and what we can afford? So I think the discussion REO 8, really brought that to the forefront. These are the outages and the causes of the outages that we are incurring with our safety level where it is today. In 2022 was 0.44, which is an outage more than every 2 years for our average customer.
Okay. I don't want to step through all these if I don't have to. Let me ask this question, and maybe we can start with the accident, the first one. That one would, an inspection program, it would not necessarily follow that an inspection program and a resulting capital, project would have prevented an accident in that
We'd have to get
category.
people off their cell phones while they're driving.
Okay. Can you identify which of these that you would think are totally unrelated to that sort of process for maintaining reliability or safety?
I'm sorry, which of these main causes are totally unrelated to a reliability program?
Yeah.
I would say the accident one that you identified. Customer caused potentially. Customer requested outage. Non-utility control. Unknown by its definition, I guess. You're unable to determine the cause of the outage in those.
Okay, thank you. So those are the questions I had in that section. Now I want to move to storm costs. So all the storm costs in the regulatory asset are incremental costs, correct?
Correct.
And the storm costs in the regulatory asset are expenses, meaning no capitalized costs?
Correct.
Okay. Then there's a threshold for when these costs get included in the regulatory asset, correct?
Correct.
And so that is $1 million of incremental expenses for each event?
Yes.
Okay. But lien and costs do differ, correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can we please turn to OCC 159 attachment 1? OCC 159 attachment 1. Let me know when you're ready.
I have it.
So there were no storms from 2013 through 2016. That's correct?
That achieved this level.
That was my question. Okay.
That was a quiet period.
Okay. So there were maybe events, but they didn't reach the $1 million threshold. Okay. And at that point, were there lien-in costs allowable in the regulatory asset?
My recollection is the lead-in decision was in 2013. That's subject to check, but.
Okay.
I think those provisions came out of the Sandy and other proceedings.
Mr. Reeves, you mentioned that the Handy-Whitman indexes can be an appropriate escalation index for capitalized events and O&M expenses. Would it be the same for storm-related expenses, do you think? Okay.
I do.
Okay. I want to turn to EOE 204, attachment 1.
I'm there.
Okay. So I see the phrase, if we can skip down to the bottom on, I think it's storms, 12 and 13. We see the terminology accounting accrual. Can you explain what accounting accrual means?
Sorry, one moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Capozzi, where are you referring to that term?
So if we go skip down to line 240 and line 244, we see Storm Izzy and the blizzard. And below those, I see accounting accrual, corporate card purchases. And then for the blizzard storm, Jones Lang, LaSalle, Americas Inc., and accounting accrual. Do you see those? Okay.
We discussed the term accounting accrual in our response to EOE 269, which describes that we record accounting accruals when vendor invoicing has not yet been completed to ensure that the costs are reflected on our books in the appropriate period.
Okay. When you do that accounting accrual, you have some invoices to base that on, or when do you start the accounting accrual?
I think it can depend. And we will do a true up adjustment after the fact to ensure that the correct amount is recorded on our books.
But within the accounting accrual is an estimate of the work of contractors?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I'm looking at this, I see there are some, for these items, there are some specific items. So for example, under Blizzard, I see Jones Lang, LaSalle, Americas Inc. So at this point, you would have that actual invoice.
That should be correct, yes.
And then the accounting accrual would sort of, prior to that, receiving that invoice, it would have been 997 and now it's 994. Okay, so you sort of update the accounting accrual as you receive invoices?
That's right.
Okay. When you receive, how soon do you receive invoices after events?
Generally speaking, it can be anywhere from a month to 6 months after the event.
Okay, do you pay the invoices immediately or do you do some auditing of them before you make payment?
They're reviewed internally and then paid immediately once processed.
So they're reviewed internally first?
So generally we understand who came to our aid, what durations they were here. So we, our operations people will review the invoices we get in alignment with our accounting folks.
Okay, and how long does that take?
It depends on who it is. So typically the vendors, if it's a mutual assistance, if it's a contractor, the billing will be more timely. Some of the utilities that may come to our aid through mutual assistance may take longer.
Okay. Is it fair to say it probably takes longer for larger events like Isaias than for smaller events to perform that?
I think it's more dependent on the sophistication of the people that are coming to your aid and their desire to get paid. But I mean,
that's for when you receive invoices?
Correct.
Or when you, okay, but when you process the invoices?
I mean, there will be a volume element in the amount of work that our people have to do to process that, yes, in the major events.
Do we have an idea how long that takes?
I think it depends on the size of the event.
Days or months?
I think it would be measured in weeks and months on a large event.
Do you recall, Isaias?
And that's tempered, again, it's tempered with the arrival of the invoices as well, right? So they're coming in a stream generally.
Right. So it's not necessarily one after another, is what you're saying?
Or instantaneous, right?
Okay, and but not until you've done the review do you make payment, and correct on those?
Correct.
Which can be months after the storm.
depending on when we receive the
Right,
invoice.
right. And those payments are not done all at once, they're just done as you complete review and you make payment. Meaning you get X number of invoices from a certain event. You're not waiting until the very end.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Okay, if I think it's yeah, I think it's attachment 2 on EOE 204. Apologies. That's right. So attachment 2 on EOE 204, if you could pull that up, please.
I'm there.
So if this is this exhibit, I think the purpose of which was to show the calculation of the carrying charges. But in doing that, it also shows the balance of the regulatory asset on a monthly basis.
That's correct, yeah.
So if I take if we have information on when company paid invoices to contractors, that should line up with this. And if it doesn't, explain why it doesn't and why it might not.
Could you ask that one more time for me?
So if the company is making payments to contractors, that should be then reflected in here at the time the company makes the payment, correct?
I'm just going to confer for one moment.
Yeah.
When we defer the cost, which will be linked with the accrual accounting we discussed a little while ago, so the invoice may take more time to arrive.
So are you recording the cost earlier than the invoices arriving?
Yeah, we use accrual accounting to ensure that costs are reflected on our books in the correct period.
You define from what's accrual? Can you define that for me? Accrual
Just the
accounting?
use of accruals as we discussed earlier.
Okay. The timing of the accruals, do they line up with when you make payment to the contractors? Are they earlier or are they later?
So generally under accrual accounting, when the expense is incurred, is when it would be recorded. And then if the cash payment is at some period after that, then that would be a transaction at that point. But the accrual represents when the cost is incurred, which would be when in the month of the storm for that accounting accruals line item.
Isn't the cost incurred for the company when they make payment to the contractor?
Not from an accrual accounting perspective.
Okay. Okay. Staying on this exhibit, what I would like is I'd like an update to this exhibit showing forecast carrying charges for the rate years using different carrying charge. So this will be similar to my request for UPZ. So I would ask for long-term debt, short-term debt, prime rate.
Just a clarifying question. This exhibit is primarily, it stops prior to the first rate year. It stops in August 31st.
So maybe it's a late file then, which provides for the rate years.
So it's to basically pull this forward through the rate years.
Yep, that's right. Pull that forward through the rate years. Actually, pull that forward through the duration of the amortization,
So 5 years.
5 years, and including weighted average cost of capital as well, long-term debt, short-term debt, and prime rate.
Is that lay file 19 or did I miss one?
Yes.
Okay, lay file exhibit 19.
We all set, Chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sorry. I want to, one more set of questions on storm costs. In RSR 69, the company asked for storm costs associated with costs incurred for work done in Bridgeport. But the company stated that that it doesn't have, the vendor invoices don't allow for that distinction by town. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to find out which staff or resources, internal or external, were responsible for the following activities during Tropical Storm Isaias. So make safe. What shifts were line workers, crews, internal and external crews operating or working on? What duration of the shifts?
So during Isaias, we were working with the municipalities to understand what level of crewing they needed for clearing of roads. We were providing, if they requested, 2 crews during the day and 1 crew at night, so we were working 24 hours. If those municipalities had their EOCs open, which they all did, and they requested those crews.
Okay, and that would have been line worker crews and tree clearance crews?
Yes.
Okay.
Make safe crew is a line crew and a tree crew. And that went on for multiple days.
Who manages the line crews and the tree crews? Directs them where to go in the company's incident command structure?
Our operations section chief. So they would have had assignments, that would have been relayed down through their supervision. They would have had assignments given to them as the days progressed.
Does the company have more than one person involved performing that role during the course of an event?
Yes, I mean, we would have one during the day and one at night.
Okay.
We've added a coordinator for that as well now to have a central point of contact to engage with the municipalities. So somebody that can coordinate the work going on with the municipalities, have contact information for everyone involved in that process. And in general, a step we have taken, to try to streamline the communication for the municipalities is to provide them at the direction of the municipality. So we are not managing their work. We're providing them to the municipalities. We meet with them annually. We discuss the process, the priorities, the trade-off that exists when we provide them the crews that they are there to clear roads. And once the roads are cleared, getting them back to restoring their constituents is a primary concern. So we have those conversations routinely every year in our storm meetings.
Okay, thanks. What role in the incident command structure supervises or directs the operations section chief?
That would be the incident commander.
Incident commander. And did the company during Tropical Storm Isaias have more than one people performing that role?
Yes, one during the day and one at night.
Now, regarding sharing information with municipalities, with Bridgeport, specifically. This includes outage information, make safe information. Who, what, how many staff did the company have performing the liaison role with those, with Bridgeport?
There would have been one liaison in Bridgeport, and then we have staff back in our office that are communicating with them. So we have and they sit directly behind me and the operations staff, so they're relaying the information coming from the liaison and whatever needs may exist.
Okay, and who supervises the liaison in the incident command structure?
It's public. I believe that's the
And for the during, if it has changed during Tropical Storm Isaias.
I know the individual's name. I'm trying to remember his title. I believe it's the public liaison officer, but that would be subject to check. Ted Novicki was in that role during the event.
And would there have been more than one public liaison officer?
There's a team there, so there's one head, and there's a series of people that are sitting in the office, liaising with the 17 municipal liaisons that we have. So kind of one leadership position with I believe it's 4 people that are in direct contact with the people in the towns that are taking whatever priorities are coming from them, changes are coming from them, and relaying them into operations or wherever else in the company they need to go.
Okay. Thank you. And who was the supervisor in the incident command structure during Tropical Storm Isaias? Who was the supervisor of the public liaison officer? Which position is the supervisor?
I believe that's the public liaison officer, but that's subject to check.
No, who's the supervisor of the public liaison officer?
That would roll up to the incident commander.
Incident commander, okay.
Mr. Capozzi, I just wanted to also mention, we do have Mr. Eves on a panel with Mr. Layton later on. You're nodding, so you know that. But they can answer more. They can provide more specific answers too, on the ERP and storm preparedness.
Okay. And all these questions were directed toward who was performing those duties, or what role was being performed during Tropical Storm Isaias.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I would request the following as a late file. This is going to be a long one. So I would request, I'll break it apart. So I would request the fully loaded labor rate, so hourly rate, for each of the roles we just discussed. The incident commander, both incident commanders, public liaison officer, municipal liaisons, making sure I get them all. The 2 operations sections chiefs. So this would be for those roles, this would be the hourly rate, including overtime, since these are potentially 12-hour shifts. So that would be an hourly rate, including overtime, fully loaded, including overtime or storm duty. And then also, the hourly rate using, I guess, a weighted average of line workers, external and internal line workers, including vehicle that were used during that storm, vehicle rates. And also same for tree crews, an hourly composite or average hourly rate and vehicle rate, labor rate and vehicle rate. So I can repeat that.
Yes,
if
please.
needed.
Okay, so provide the fully loaded hourly rate, including overtime or storm duty pay for the incident commanders, the public liaison officer, the municipal liaisons, 2 operational section chiefs. Mr. Capozzi, if you could repeat the second and third.
Line worker, hourly rate and a composite of internal and external and affiliate crew rates, like a weighted average, I suppose, including vehicle rates. And same for tree crews. An average rate, including vehicle rates.
Do you need that repeated or any clarifications, Mr. Hughes?
I have it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's say file exhibit 20. I think this is a good stopping point for us this evening. So we'll put a pin in it and wrap up with authority staff cross tomorrow. We are set to convene tomorrow at 10 a.m. Are there any administrative matters before we conclude?
And just briefly, Chair Gillette, just to do a check where we are with this panel so we can make sure we have the O&M panel queued up and ready at the right time. So by my count, if we have a little bit more, it looks like, to finish for staff cross. And then considering the OCC and AG cross and the cross for the OCC panel tomorrow, I count a little over like between 5.5 hours, maybe in that range, which would mean starting, if we get through all that, that would mean starting the O&M panel kind of mid to late afternoon tomorrow. So is that just wanting guidance on whether we should be prepared for that or whether there's the potential that we would start the O&M panel on the 24th instead of later in the afternoon tomorrow.
Thank you. Attorney Wheel, do you have thoughts on your cross estimate? Is it still 3.5 hours?
I think I'm happy to report our experts from the Midwest have miraculously made it here. So they will be able to conduct their cross. I think that will be accurate. I stood because I'm not sure if this helps the situation. I just wanted to offer up that since Mr. Schultz and Mr. DeFever are on 3 separate panels that kind of rotate alternatively throughout the schedule, we'd have no objection, and in fact, would maybe prefer for that. We'd be happy for them to be subject to any kind of cross, particularly because there's testimony. They have 1 pre-filed testimony and 1 rebuttal. That would assist us actually, because now the concern is, now that they've gotten here this fast, of pulling them over the weekend, or potentially them having to fly back next week. So I'm not sure if that, I guess what I'm suggesting is we could extend their testimony tomorrow if the company or any other party wanted to cross them outside as to some of the subject areas that they appear for later in the schedule.
Okay, so Attorney Wheel, you're referring to the panel on page 15, 13, and 11 spanning this topic as well as O&M and employee compensation.
Yes.
Okay.
I say that recognizing that the authority staff has crossed for those panels as well, and that there appear to be different authority staff members who have crossed, so.
Yeah.
Obviously that might not be as convenient for anyone else.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll take that under advisement. For the point you just raised, I'm not sure if we're gonna be in a position to accommodate that, but we will certainly look into it this evening. But I think to circle back to Attorney Venora's question, to the extent that the OCC's estimate of 3.5 hours remains accurate, then I think that we wouldn't be starting the O&M panel if we follow the agenda as drafted until tomorrow afternoon. Was that the question?
Yeah, that was the question, just whether the authority would start the O&M panel tomorrow, assuming, by my count, it looks like we would be in the range of 3 or 3:30. And whether we would start the new topic at that point or whether we hold. There's a lot of people on the panel, so I just want to make sure we have everyone queued up and ready at the right time.
I think we would, if we really were ready to start it at 3:30, I think we would. So let's revisit this, first thing in the morning, and we can advise whether we're going to pursue the OCC's offer. And if not, we would know by lunch whether we were on track to call the O&M panel that afternoon, which should provide some certainty. Does that make sense? Follow?
I understand.
Okay. All right. So if the okay, did anyone want to be heard now as to whether the OCC's offer, not Pura staff, we will take that under advisement. But did the company or any other party want to be heard on OCC's offer?
I don't know if anyone else is going to weigh in. So yeah, we have reserved time to cross them on all three topics. So our plan for tomorrow was to cross them on capital. It will take some additional prep to be ready to cross on those other topics. So it's something we hadn't planned on yet, but we want to be accommodating if to the extent possible.
The Attorney General reserved the right to the OCC panels, but I don't have plan process, so it's helpful to do that today.
Thank you. For all three panels, Attorney Bidra? Okay, thank you.
And otherwise generally support the question.
Okay.
UE is, for permits, we are all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Wyman.
If I could just, I'm just thinking this, we're kind of thinking this through kind of live, but it does put us at a disadvantage because if we're hearing the OCC's cross-examination on the topic before they're, we don't exactly know where their and it sounds like their consultants are doing the bulk of the cross-examination on these topics. We're not going to be fully informed if we have to do our cross-examination of them on the topics before they actually do that. So my preference is to stay with the schedule that we have.
Okay.
Although I recognize Attorney Wheel's constraints, but I think it works better the way the Pura's already laid it out.
Okay, then with that, I appreciate that, Attorney Venora. So I think with that, we should plan to move forward as drafted. In that case, I do anticipate starting the O&M panel tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right. Any other administrative matters before we adjourn? All right. Thank you. We'll see everyone back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow.